moral fusion between law and order and clinical care.
Pardon me, author. A what between a what and a what?
Welcome, everyone, to this episode of the Cheap Seat Critics podcast, where today we're covering Shutter Island. With me today, we have...
Hello, everybody. I'm Author. New here. No, I'm a geeky writer. One of your hosts.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
Already starting off with false names. Wonderful. And I'm Sprinks. And hey, you know what? This is location. If you're listening from Shutter Island, you can find us on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, X, Blueski, Facebook. We have a visual side of things over on YouTube and Rumble, but we have plenty of audio form of podcasts wherever you listen to our podcast, possibly where you're listening to right now. And we also have a LetterBoxd where we have all our averaged out numbers and graphs of things we've covered.
Well put. As stated, we're covering Shutter Island from 2010. And I'm curious about your guys' history, so we will start with Sprinks.
Cool. Funny enough, not planned necessarily, because Crimson did suggest that I watch the movie twice. But I watched this movie for the first time 2 days ago. That's not a joke. I did. For the first time ever. Only thing I knew about this movie is that it's a Martin Scorsese film. It stars Leonardo DiCaprio. I've seen the poster, and there's a twist in the movie. And everyone says, like, it's a movie with a good twist kind of thing. That's it. That's all the information I know. So lo and behold, when it was like 2 minutes into the movie and Mark Ruffalo showed up, didn't know a clue he was in this movie.
Good surprise for you then, because you're a Ruffalo guy, aren't you?
No. I don't know where you got that information.
Maybe that was sinister. All right. Well, let's go to the writer next.
All right. So, actually, quite similar to Springs. I've been told that I need to watch the movie a couple times by different people, and having now seen the movie, I understand why everyone recommended it to me. It's very much my aesthetic, in terms of like preference for like his time in here period in history. Got the noir detective vibe going on, and yeah, very, very nice aesthetics. The only thing I know going into the film was Leonardo DiCaprio was in it, and I've seen the poster, and it was a Martin Scorsese film. If that doesn't sound familiar, just rewind the video back 30 seconds. And I, again, San Diego Springs, didn't know Mark Ruffalo, Ben Kingsley, or any of the other like big name actors in here were in the film. So when they were coming up, like, oh yeah, I know this guy. He's a good actor. Happy to see him here.
Yeah. So you didn't know that there was a twist like Sprinks knew going into it?
I didn't know there was a twist. I didn't know there was a twist going in.
Okay.
But I did figure out well, I had a theory about a twist at about the half-hour mark, and I was certain about my theory at about a little over an hour in.
Okay. Yeah, I feel like this movie has staying power because it's kind of got a twist, kind of like Sixth Sense and other twisty films. Usually the staying power is due to that. My history, I'm a bit iffy on my history on this one, actually, because I was pretty sure I saw this in like 5th grade. And usually when I know I've seen something but I've pretty much forgotten everything, all I retained from this was the mausoleum part where they're just hiding from the storm, and the ending. And that, just the confrontation, not even the flashback part. That's all I remembered of this. And usually when I go back to watch something that I've mostly forgotten while watching, like, oh yeah, this is all familiar, it's all coming into line. None of that happened here. It was pretty much a new movie minus those 2 scenes, which makes me believe I probably only saw parts of this when it was on TV and not actually watching it all the way through. So maybe first time entirety, don't know. 1 to 2 times, I guess, is where I'll leave with that. So that would be it for my history, I believe. Yes.
So you saw this movie in 5th grade, so you watched it in school?
Time period. I don't know how old I was in 5th grade. Was that like 11, 12? Something like that?
Okay. Just clarification.
I I wasn't 25 in 5th grade, but sure, we could clarify.
No, I just meant
Um,
the difference between I saw this in 5th grade versus I saw this when I was probably around the age of being in 5th grade. To me, one implies that you saw it in a school.
Guess you're right. We'll go. Assuming everyone's done with their histories, I can jump into facts. No surprise things. None of you are from an asylum or anything.
Only Arkham,
Well,
maybe. But
that's something I wouldn't tell you.
But would you know? Um, all right, we'll jump into facts. We'll go with the budget. I saw 2, which was 60 million or 80 million, but most of the stuff I was seeing was 80, so I'll say 80. Was the budget, and the box office was 294.8 million, so it made a profit. It was Scorsese's most profitable film up till Wolf of Wall Street. Then that took the cake for him.
Not
So yeah,
surprised.
all right, yeah,
another
it's a
good
big
Leo
film.
DiCaprio movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess with that, I'll jump into a fact regarding Leonardo DiCaprio and Scorsese. This is the only movie that the two of them have partnered up with that didn't get any Oscar nominations. Gang of New York, The Aviator, The Departed, and Wolf of Wall Street, and Killers of the Flower Moon all got Oscar nominations, but this one didn't. And I don't know how this didn't get any Oscar nominations.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I think I've talked about my issues with the Academy on this podcast for a while. It's a long running theme on here.
Yeah, this one feels like it ticks off those boxes. It's not like it's an action movie or a comedy. It kind of feels like it would be something they'd be into.
Well, yeah, but they can only
I
limit so many things in the category.
suppose I didn't uh, check what else was nominated. Something I didn't know, which I thought was pretty cool. The title is 2 anagrams. So Shutter Island, if you rearrange it, is truths and lies. And then the second way of scrambling it is truths, denials. So that's pretty cool.
Interesting.
I did not know that. Wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah. Since anagrams were kind of a thing at one point in the movie. So
Angers are more of a reveal, I think, than it was like. I guess like a staying mystery. I guess.
yeah. This is based off a book. So, Ryder, if you're ever interested, there you go. Called Shutter Island.
I do remember hearing about that actually.
Mark Ruffalo won the role of Chuck after sending Martin Scorsese a fan letter saying he'd want to work with him. So, boom, there he is.
Hey, hey, we
Mark
sometimes
Ruffalo's
people
a fan.
sometimes dreams do come true.
Yeah. And then a cool history fact I didn't realize in this either, and it goes really good into the research that they did into this. The ballpoint pen that Teddy uses was a Parker Jotter, which was released in 1954, the year the movie takes place. And I found that pretty darn cool that they got a pen from the year to be in the
That's
movie.
dedication right there. That's cool.
Good attention to detail.
Yeah. And it was that particular pen was the first reliable ballpoint pen. That was cool. And that's it for facts. There was some others. I didn't want to load it too heavily here. So, anything from you guys before we jump into the coverage?
I do actually. This is our first coverage of a noir or a neo-noir subgenre noir film. I did a little research into that of looking up the filmschoolrejects.com beginner's guide to subgenres of film noir by Meg Shields of 2020. And we've covered a couple of noirs on the pod so far, but this is the first neo-noir one. We've done a tech noir with Blade Runner, and we've done subgenre of noir comedy with Cheap Detective. Yet we have not covered up to date yet a Western noir or horror noir.
Yep. And There's probably some even smaller genres of that. All right. Anything from you, writer?
No.
Alrighty. We are going with a 4-act structure for this one. Act 1 consisting of the beginning to where the wife crumbles to ashes in his arms. The end of the dream, pretty much. That first dream. Or second dream. Whatever number that is. You know the scene I'm
Dream
talking
one.
Yeah, Dream One.
Dream one.
Yeah.
Dream 1. And a dream 1. Popcorn within the acts. And we'll start with writer.
All right. I a lot of this film is kind of recontextualized when you like think about scenes after you know the twist. Spoilers if you haven't seen the film, we're gonna spoil it now. The main character is an inmate. So I rewatching the beginning here, or like thinking about at the beginning here, his irrational fear of the water. Uh, it's I think contextually looking back, I think it's the first hint of like he's very scared of bodies of water now because of his PTSD with them with regards to what happened to his wife and his kids.
That's true. I didn't really think about it like that. But
Yeah,
that absolutely makes sense.
yeah,
Believe that?
yeah. I thought it was obviously when you're on your first watch through, you think it's seasickness, which makes sense. There's a lot of characters that undergo that, but I think that it makes more sense now that his discomfort with large bodies of water is now born out of the PTSD from what happened to him.
Yeah, and
And the reason I say that is because later in the movie he obviously swims to the lighthouse, so he's not afraid of water unless he feels like he's on a mission. It's just he's uncomfortable with it.
yeah, I suppose. And
He
I
also
don't.
probably came to the beginning of that as Teddy, so he probably was shaking off effects of some kind of um, uh, medication or sedation.
Most likely, because I mean that brings up a question that I had, and I didn't know if it's better for the end or the beginning.
I mean,
Well, the beginning.
yeah,
Right,
Is
already
how
spoiled the
they.
ending,
yeah,
but
Oh, that's fine. I mean, there's going to be a lot of back and forth in this because it's all things get recontextualized, as writer said, because of the ending. Um, the we find out at the end this happens frequently within a 2-year period, and at the beginning here they start off in a boat. So, do you guys think they do this all the time, or this was just for this big finale experiment?
this was just for this big finale experiment.
yeah. I get the impression that they were that because he's such an important prisoner, because he's actually like a good person outside of what happened to him, with a lot of scars to go with that. I do think that they were just trying to pull out all the stops in order to prove that they're uh, his belief in psychology, as we learn. Ben Kingsley, I forget his name. Is it Dr.
Dr.
Cawley?
Cawley.
Yeah, yeah. Dr. Cawley. His when he was talking about the different schools of psychology, it's implied that he is kind of an outcast because of his beliefs. So they're pulling out all the stops for him in order to keep like the funding of their island and stuff like that to try and convince the board that it works. Um, so
That's
I'm
what I took the ending conversation as, with Dr. Cawley's explanation of the psychotic roleplay experiment was kind of the all stops to hit with the overseers.
yeah.
I didn't see that as a 2-year experiment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my prevailing question is something similar. Is it's not fully clear, like how far, like if he was sedated. I assume he was sedated and he just came to as Teddy on the boat. But there's no, he's just there, and he's kind of introduced him with him freaking out about the water, which is fine. But given what we know, who this character is later on, it does raise some question marks that don't have easy answers about the beginning here.
Are
Interesting.
those points you want to bring up when they're more relevant? Or
I mean, it's one of those broad stroke things. I think the movie's technically written very, very well. Um, but obviously that kind of world building writing is becomes problematic once you learn everyone's like motivations. Um, and I think this is might be one of them. It works, but I have like for the opening, right? So it's like why is they're putting a lot of faith in him like just being okay when he wakes up because he's supposed to be one of the most violent criminals that they have as we find out later in the film, and having his doctor essentially being the only person there is a little bit off because the only people we see on the ship is him, the doctor, and the captain of the boat. When they get on the island, it makes sense because I think everyone being uncomfortable and like with holding their weapons close to them just in case something goes wrong, it makes sense. It plays into the story of the missing patient, but also plays into they're armed to the teeth and paranoid of him because they're afraid he is going to snap. Um, so it's stuff like that where I think a lot of I guess my small nitpicky issues might come in with the film. But I think it's reasonable to assume he was sedated and he just came to. It's just lucky that nothing else happened beyond that in order to facilitate this opening.
well, I guess
I think that's explained.
go ahead, Smix. With the
So yeah, to me it was explained later on that when Andrew Latus comes out and like knows who he is, over time gradually he then deteriorates into Teddy Daniels, and they try to break him out of that. And Teddy Daniels isn't necessarily a violent person. Andrew Latus is the one who's convicted of being the violent one of Ward C. So when he became Teddy Daniels, over time, like sedating him, or over the course when he goes to sleep and they wake him up, it's still Teddy Daniels when he wakes up. So I figured at the beginning of him waking up on the boat, that is still Teddy Daniels, and they sent him out on the ferry as that, and then went with that play. So there was no fear in them, especially 2 years experimentation over Andrew Latus, that he would awake to be Andrew Latus. So I just saw it as like he's totally fine if they go with his story to believe him to continue being Teddy Daniels with this.
The only problem that raises then is the paranoia of all the guards. Because now it makes less.
Well, it's a fresh experiment.
Right. So why wouldn't? So then that I can just translate that logic into what to counter what you said. Him waking up on the boat is still an issue. There would still be a guard there or two. Not I don't need them like up in their grill or anything, but to show them in the background like they're keeping an eye on the two of them, I think that would have fixed the potential problem with this scene.
Okay, it doesn't exactly show, but could have been the ferry driver was a guard.
He could have
Since
been,
the
but
ferry's just kind of going in a circle.
he could have been. Yeah, I assume it was going in a circle. I never expected it to be going to the mainland or anything like that. But it could have worked that way. But I think it should have been a little bit more explicit.
Yeah, I guess for me, I'm just going to refer to him as Chuck because I'm not going to be able to remember Sheehan
Yeah,
consistently.
yeah,
So
sure.
I'm just going to
Yeah,
I'm just going to refer to him as Chuck. It's easier for me. Chuck, he's quite dedicated to this experiment. He hangs out with him the whole, or a good chunk of the movie. He's not there the whole time with him. He jumps ship on a cliff, but he's there with the quote unquote crazy killer guy the whole time. So I could believe someone's like, "All right, do you want guards on the boat?" And he's like, "No, we need this to be authentic and believable." He'd question why there's guards on this boat. He seems like someone that would be dedicated enough to take the chance, especially since he's his primary doctor. He's known him for 2 years. So, and it's not like the boat ride was incredibly long
yeah.
either.
It's just
So
enough
I can
to
believe it.
it's just enough to sell the idea that they're coming here for a mission or a mystery to solve. All right.
Yeah.
I think that's all right. Yeah, I think that answers my question. I think the both of you kind of answered it well enough. All right. And like I said, I'm gonna have a lot of similar questions about that going through the rest of the film because I think spoilers, I guess, for one of my broader My only broad problem, one of my major overarching problems with this is just the lengths that they're willing to go to for this experiment, and the risk that everyone's put in because of that. Um, there are
Yeah.
limitations to where I think that the line gets crossed where it becomes unbelievable. But for the most part, it'll devolve to questions that I think do have reasonable answers. So yeah, I think
Yeah,
that,
sure. We'll get to those when the examples
yeah.
crop up. Sprinks, you want to jump to something?
Sure. I guess the first detail of something happening being you're going from a boat and you're on a boat, you're in an enclosed space unless you toss something overboard. So the first kind of like hint that something was going on, or my detective skills watching this, was Teddy misplacing his cigarettes, and that
Yeah.
Chuck gave him some.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
noted the cigarette thing too, because that's something you wouldn't really add in a movie or show. It's just like a character forgetting or misplacing something unless it is relevant to something.
Yes, but
Uh,
it's at the point in my head of like on a first watch, it's like coming from the mainland or like the drive or whatever. It's like you're at the point now after waking up that you've misplaced them. Would they not be somewhere on the boat or left in your quarters, or did you leave them on the mainland? Because then it seems too late to remember it if you're smoking, especially since he smokes the whole movie.
I think the biggest one for me in that regard is him not knowing Chuck. It's like, oh, the first time I met you here, um, instead of thinking to himself, did I meet him before the boat ride on the dock, or that him seeing him on the front of the boat was the first time he's acknowledged him as meeting him. So
That's
that one
true.
kind of stood
Did
out to
Chuck
me as the weird one.
did Chuck state a story as to what happened with that? I don't recall if he was like, haven't seen you since you got on. They haven't seen each other since they got on, quote unquote. But like,
The only
did Teddy just go straight to his cabin and go to sleep?
They didn't say anything on that. He
Yeah.
just said he
Do
got
you think
assigned here
do you think
from
Teddy
Seattle.
was sedated off the boat or on the boat?
I
Um,
assume he was sedated.
he was probably asleep at his quarters, drugged, and then brought to the boat. I
So
would
off.
imagine. Yeah.
Because then it makes it a whole new environment for the mind.
I mean, his mind resets at the day, anyways. So
Yeah, like I
Well,
said,
not as Teddy.
yeah, the build up to this is kind of missing. Piecing it together, I assume that as he was regressing into Teddy, because they have, as you point out, Sprinks, they have a lot of they have a lot of experience with him in particular. They were able to kind of like time how badly he was regressing in with the start of this experiment, essentially onto the boat.
well, Cawley said it's like he didn't say like a flick of a light switch, but it was a something like that.
Yeah, it
He
was a
said it's
reset.
a switch. Yeah. Um, so it doesn't really show how gradual his regression is, or if it is just a flip of a light switch. The way he said it at the end kind of sounded like it was a flip of a switch type deal.
Oh, interesting. I heard it the other way.
I,
When they were
Uh,
on the cot talking to Andrew Latis about it, I thought Dr. Cawley kind of made it sound like over time, gradually, he becomes back into Teddy Daniels.
Yeah, I heard it similar to what you said, Springs. I just understood it was a cycle. So like, yeah, they brought him out of it. It was Andrew Latis for a while, but he slowly regressed back in, and it was like a full reset eventually into Teddy
Yeah.
Daniels.
And the experiment was to see if they could fully give the realism, false reality to Teddy Daniels, if that would break Andrew Latis to then just be Andrew Latis from there on out. I think that was kind of the whole Dr. Cawley plot to the movie.
To add on to
my
your
view and inconsistency with the cot in the the ending explanation. What are you gonna say, Ryder?
Yeah, I was gonna say, to add on to your first hint that something was wrong, Springs. I didn't take the cigarettes as one, though retrospectively it could be just because he was a patient. They wouldn't let him walk around with cigarettes. My first hint that something was wrong is after the story that uh, Chuck gives about being 4 years on the force in Seattle. um, he has a hard time getting his holster off when they're surrendering their weapons to the warden or the captain.
Oh yeah.
For me, that was the I guess that was my point of like oh, something is off. Because he said he's in the story he gave to Teddy, he was an experienced marshal like him. So him being unfamiliar with how to take his holster out was at least for me a first sign.
Yeah, you can even see Teddy in the background,
Like staring oddly at it.
looking at him like confused, like what's the issue here?
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's see, what would I want to jump to? I will go to, I guess, just the case that they're on. They're there for Rachel, the escaped patient. And I'm curious if you guys think they did a good job building up the case. Because going into this not knowing if there's a twist or not, I would imagine they'd have to build it as a believable case. I was tainted having known the twist. So, do you guys think they did a good job building that as like this is what the actual story of the movie is?
As a
Building
found,
the engagement, I think they did fine. They didn't give to an answer to how she escaped
yes.
because they're going off of what Teddy's mind's idea of the case is that they're playing along with. Which to him, she just vanished, kind of thing. Of like the story, what they're playing into is my guess, but there still is no rational explanation to how she escaped.
Yeah, they never provide that, and that's because I guess Teddy never provided one. Like
Yeah.
you were saying.
So like building up the mystery of that, very cool. But by the end of the movie, it's like, yes, she didn't exist, but that didn't answer a believable case because they just go, "Oh, we found her," and it skips over that.
Yeah. We don't really, yeah, because we don't really learn how the prisoner escaped because we don't, it's not really relevant to the story being told. I think the
Well,
building up the, yeah, it's not really relevant
it's
to this.
relevant to the detective case.
Yeah, but this is not a real detective case.
They shift his focus into finding her and not figuring out how she got out, which I think is an intention on their part because they don't have an answer. They were giving him directions,
Yeah.
and answering all of his questions except how, because they didn't know how. That's why he's there in the first place, to solve how and where she went.
Yeah, that's why he
So
says, that's why he suspects that she had help escaping. And if I actually, quick question. I was under the impression that this was his room in the asylum.
I don't know because
could
Rachel's
be,
would be
but
in Ward B with the females, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Like I said, I'm not sure because the note was there right underneath like
The tile,
well,
yeah,
they would have said that there as part of
yeah. If
the
that was staged
story.
and planned,
But yeah, this
because
would
it
have been
kind
in
of
the
made it sound
women's
like
facility.
he was stayed in Ward C with George Noyle
yeah
Yeah, because
yeah
he's
George
one of the
Noyce,
he's
yeah.
the most
to beat
dangerous.
his face. Yeah,
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. I wasn't 100% sure. I thought that was another potential thing that they were playing with, was that was his room he was investigating or whatever.
the thinking about it now, I think the only reason why they don't explain a reason to Rachel escaping, like giving it a full answer, is because Dr. Cawley and the orderlies and everyone don't know the answer Teddy has in his head of how she escaped, and if they misguessed it, it might make matters worse. That's what I can go with. They're playing with not knowing because Teddy's not revealing how.
Yeah, the best we can. Well, I mean, the thing is, right, is the only person who knows is Chuck. She like Teddy does tell Chuck what he suspects, so they don't really play with that more than that because it's not really a necessity for Teddy to know how she escaped.
Yes, but onto an audience, it's a missed over detail. But the reason to play, it's a missed detail in a detective case. But to me, I think I'm going with the reason why is because no one knows the answer over the 2 years. Like Teddy never gave answer to how Rachel escaped, kind of thing, and that would kind of debunk the case and unless Teddy forgets how she did escape if he revealed it earlier.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Okay, I think I followed all of that.
Like if they're like, oh, Rachel found a way out the window, but in Teddy it's like, oh no, she vanished, she didn't go out the window. That could make him violent, and it's like that's the
Yeah,
orderlies and Dr. Cawley guessing
yeah,
to find an explanation.
yeah. So them, I guess to kind of point out, I think them building up the mystery works because they're vague enough to keep Teddy interested, and they're also not giving enough details to avoid triggering Teddy. I guess would be the best way to put it.
Contradicting his
Yeah,
delusions.
I think they've done a good job of that. So that's why, yeah, it works. Yeah. To answer your other question, Christian, yes, they did. They did build it really well, I think.
I just kind of wish at the end, like the lighthouse scene, gave an explanation to that case in that way, because then it's up to the audience to interpret it.
Well, at the end, it's revealed that it wasn't real, so they wouldn't have had to have a escape reveal at the end of
I mean,
how it
yes,
happened.
but then that I don't want it to go with once you know the reveal, then the whole case is just debunked and not needed, kind of thing. It's like it should still be played to the believability of a detective case, but it should have been, I think, with how they reveal all like kind of the answers at the end. They don't answer the reason why there was no explanation to Rachel disappearing.
Yeah, the most we get is Teddy thinking it was an inside job. Someone helped. That's
Yeah.
what we get, and I think that's kind of enough. It's a believable reason of how she could have escaped because she couldn't phase through a door or a window or something. So it's a believable escape. Let's see. Let's go with a writer.
All right. I quite like, yeah, the first flashback scene happens in this. Yeah, the first flashbacks happen when he meets the German doctor. One of the things I started picking up, I think, at this point was they do a lot of good contrasting between show and tell. Um, so like having Teddy start talking in German to Dr. Nering and asking if he's ever been to a concentration camp and stuff like that. And it's playing into also Dr. Nering, kind of enjoying one of his patients because he would also, being a doctor on the island, knows exactly who Teddy is. So there's a lot of layers that go on in this scene. And I think being introduced to him being a World War vet, helping to play into his violent nature and PTSD and later his anger, I think it adds another layer onto the mystery to kind of help as a red herring to kind of throw the audience off of what's actually going on.
Yeah, because if you didn't have the PTSD angle, it would be a bit easier to deduce that he's crazy. But if you introduce PTSD through war, like they did, then a lot of stuff could be just pushed off as, oh yeah, he's got PTSD, not that he's a little unhinged.
Yeah. And I think they blend those two facets of his character really, really well because of the way they introduce the importance of his backstory. Because it would weigh on him. Because I do draw a distinction between the flashbacks of like his experiences in World War II and to like his hallucinations. I do think those flashbacks are real in what happened to him. So that weight would always have sat on his shoulders as a U.S. marshal, and then obviously would continue to sit on his shoulder into him being a prisoner, and helps play into his fantasy of why he's developed such a big conspiracy.
Yeah, I agree. Any thoughts on that, Springs?
No, I think Ryder summed it up pretty well. The explanation.
All right. Well, you're next for a point.
I like the introduction to the wards is played off in a very unsettling way with the camera that's not natural head tilt. or movement of sweeping to the wards of A, B, and C, and how the camera is more zoomed in than where the head of Teddy would be, or Chuck in the explanation. It's zoomed in on the look, and it just gives an unsettling atmosphere.
Yeah, and it does mimic the turn of a head a little bit too. So we are still getting a semblance of a POV from that shot as well, which is not normal. So I think in and of itself, it also would add to that feeling of what you're saying of an uneasiness.
Yeah, and there's some good camera work in this movie. I'm sure Springs will point out a few more. There's one in particular that I really, really like, but that's later.
Possibly.
Let's see. I'll go with the Dr. Shien has gone on vacation, I guess. I'm trying to figure out the line between how much of this is their crafting it and how much of it is Teddy crafting it. Because I'm trying to think why they would need this Dr. Shien to Teddy at this point he doesn't know who that is.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why they couldn't have Dr. Shien be an actual person there to talk to. But I don't know if that goes against delusion or not. It's kind of a hard thing to find a balance
like a
of.
fake Rachel.
So
Yeah.
I think the reason that I actually prefer them not to, because that would fall in line of them accidentally breaking the illusion by not following along with Teddy's suspicions, because they don't fully know yet the context of his delusions. Like, they don't. The reason the reason they introduce Rachel later is because they have a better grasp of how he's perceiving the conspiracy of the island and the case itself. And in the instance of Dr. Sheehan, it's because he might be like, what's the best way to phrase it? He might be too close to the suspect, that Teddy's being a good interrogator from being a U.S. Marshal in that experience, it might have been too much for whoever they bring in to play Dr. Sheehan, so he would crack under the pressure. Whoever they brought in would crack, and Teddy would see the flaws and the holes in whatever story they craft. So in a way, they've saved themselves by not having him accessible. That's what I think of it as, because the character Teddy is very, very intelligent. He knows how to, see through people and get to the bottom of interrogations and stuff like that. You see that with Dr. Nuring, which I think is probably the best example of that, compared to the more insane prisoners that they interview later on.
Okay. Yeah, you got me sold on the interrogation angle, because they wouldn't want to risk tripping up, I guess.
Yeah.
Over the course of 2 years, Dr. Sheehan is probably the closest person to Andrew Latus.
Yeah. And I think the kind of piggybacking off of what I was already talking about, just to go into a little bit more depth, when he's breaking down, or when he's trying to understand the German doctor before they jump to the flashback, that to me is a full display of how intelligent Teddy is, because he's able to pick up that he's German just by the little subtle notations of the missing accent, that it's not quite perfect. And so that means to me is like, if they were off on their details even a little by having a Dr. Sheehan, Teddy would have been able to see through it.
Yeah, it could have been seen as a too big of a risk.
Yeah.
So I can see that.
Much easier to act crazy and nonsensical than trying to get exact facts of what someone would do.
Yeah. Especially with the nurse that they have to play Rachel later on. I think
that's the example I'm going with.
Yeah.
I guess one could argue it's a bit risky for them to use. Actually, is that the next one? The inmate.
Yeah.
Well, the whole case is looking for Rachel. So, and without images, well, no, they should give images, right?
The
file of Rachel. There's two
Rachel.
photos.
Yeah, they have photos of Rachel. Yeah.
Okay, is that of the nurse?
Yeah, they're of the nurse.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm scrolling through my notes because I also want to.
They're the next part. I'll leave that point.
Okay.
Sprinks, you can go next.
Yes, there is something I caught that made me jot it down. I'm like, oh, this is going to be important because of the detail they did. That did nothing, and I'm curious. The reason for it is when Teddy and Chuck are being led into go see Dr. Cawley's office, and they're outside, and um, Teddy turns to see the woman who's kind of like got the scratched throat, and shushes him. The music kind of dies down, and Chuck and uh, uh, was it Deputy Warden McPherson? It's like the audio disappears, so it's just like silence and makes it creepy on the woman Teddy's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
And then the audio starts to rise up, and they're having a conversation. And I wrote it down because they're talking about John Hopkins, top of his class, and then it cuts inside the building. So I went, oh, okay, they raised it for a detail that's like easily missed about John Hopkins. And John Hopkins is not someone at all in this movie. And I went, why the heck did they raise the audio then for that cut?
I think he lost the focus. Funny enough, with the focusing thing. I don't think it's to focus on the John Hopkins. It's to focus on the silence part. Because the Hopkins thing has nothing to do with anything. That's just to show that they're still talking. But the focus on the silence is to get that his brain is clicking a little with this lady. Because I guess the lady's technically on it, on it. Sorry, and she's trying to convey something with the whisper. Would you guys think she's actually conveying with the whisper, or is it just crazy nonsense?
It could be either because we never see her again. It could either be that they were all informed to not talk, kind of thing. Could be punished because of it or something, or she's just doing nonsense.
My looking at us now and knowing the twist, it might be that Teddy might recognize her a bit. He's just not sure from where. But honestly, I think it's his brain. The reason he's focusing on her is just because of how haggard and like terrible she looks. And it's feeding into that conspiracy that he's for himself about them conducting terrible experiences here. Because here is this, terrible, terrible looking person, and he would take that as a more evidence to the conspiracy that he's constructing to believe in.
Yeah, I mean, they could have also set up that lady to be out in the courtyard too.
They could have, yeah. That at least that's the where I take it. I just take it as it's creepy, mostly on the surface level. I think it's creepy just for the sake of being creepy. It's to add even more onto the feeling of unease than any other reason we might develop.
Okay, from an audience perspective.
Yeah.
I see it more character of Teddy's brain extrapolating something. What I can figure of it, I don't know what he would be extrapolating, but that's what I get from the silenced focused on her. Because it's not just silence, it's also semi slow-mo. It's like it is slowed down slightly. Yeah, so that's my answer, I guess.
Okay. This movie is very smart in its writing and details and everything. So I was still puzzled over the reason why they raised the audio before the cut.
Okay. Let's go with Ryder.
All right. One of the details that you can miss in, I guess, the first night of I guess the first round of interrogation they have of all the people that are there is that they're clearly amused by having to play along with Teddy, the workers retrospectively. So it's not just them being like unfriendly or nervous towards him. They all know who Teddy is, so that feeds into the I guess their amusement with having to play along with the story that he's building. Which is a nice little detail on top of everything else. But also they give some reasonable answers. You get some more holes in the mystery that's starting to take shape and stuff like that. with the person who I'm presuming lied and left his post breaking protocol for Rachel to escape.
Yeah, because they were all kind of looking at him like, yeah, you better make this a convincing story or something. At least it kind of looked like he made it up on the spot. I don't know if that was planned by the people. I would hope it is, but it was kind of hard to tell.
I would hope it is as well, but it also works because Teddy's a good interrogator and he doesn't really do much to like bounce off of Teddy, like, tell me the truth,
Mhm.
being insistent.
Yeah.
And his nervousness is explained too by the fact that they would all be nervous about Teddy because Teddy is their most violent prisoner.
Yeah. Yeah. As quoted by the end of the film ish. The ending is a long ending.
Yeah.
We'll look at that. Let's go with Springs again.
How did Teddy have does Teddy have a story of how he had the injury on his head?
I don't think it's really acknowledged.
The only hint that I think we got it is he describes Andrew Lattis with a scar on his face, and as soon as he said that, I'm like, oh, from there I knew that he had a scar on his face, and I didn't know how that would relate it to the story, but because he has a scar with a little tape over it, so I think honestly the tape
Is that them covering it up so it doesn't like trigger something in a reflection?
I think
I
he's the one
guess
that did it.
that's
He injured himself for it?
No, I think he's the
the
one that covered.
covering.
I think he's the one that covered it because he's the one that's developing the delusion. So he wants to, because remember, he beat up somebody or he beat up Noyce for calling him Lattis. So I think he did that to distance himself from Lattis. And mind you, I'm totally fine if the doctor did it too, but I think it was Teddy who did that.
Okay.
Yeah, seem to be on the fence with that point, Springs.
I just don't know. It's not
Okay.
something ever Teddy says. It's definitely believable that Andrew Lattis got injured or somehow, or like when George probably possibly defended himself being beaten up by Lattis, it injured Andrew in the moment, or maybe it was some kind of treatment or a different experiment in the past to give him that scar, or it could be a scar from he's had his whole life. I don't remember having a scar in the flashbacks to the World War.
Yeah,
I don't think he had a
Yeah,
scar there.
he didn't have one during the World War. I assume it's something he developed afterwards.
So okay, so something on the island over the course of 2 years.
Yeah. I think that's how he
I
got
just
it.
didn't get why Teddy didn't have a story to it.
Yeah, he
Because
didn't.
Teddy sees himself in reflections, but
What was the story he gave for the scar on the highly exaggerated version of him?
of
With the-
Lattis.
Yeah.
He
What
just
was the story behind that scar?
he didn't give that scar a story. He just said, ugly, scarry face, mismatched eyes. You wouldn't forget it. He never gave that
just give him
scar
a-
story. He just had the scar.
Horrific description.
Yeah.
I thought he did. Maybe I misremember. Okay.
If he did, I don't remember it either. So.
Moot point, I guess then.
Yeah.
So let's go with the bad guy from World War II who took himself out, and it took an hour to do so. Well, our first introduction to him, we don't know that information. That's revealed later.
That it took an hour. Yeah.
And from the wound, it looked like he got bit in the cheek, and that's what I wrote. Like, oh, he got bit in the face. I can't wait to figure out what that was. And then I guess it was just him shooting his face or something.
He
It
He
looked
tried
like
to take
bite
himself
marks.
out, but he botched it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was gonna say it happens. Funny, but what happened was I think he put the gun in his mouth and he ended up shooting out his cheek instead of like his brain.
Certainly possible. I was just more leaning towards like the makeup department on that one. It looked like teeth marks, but maybe that was just me.
The
Yeah,
shrapnel bullet can go any direction on the human flesh.
I did not. I didn't take that as a scratch marks. I mean, like it definitely could look like one. But because of the gun that was nearby, I just took it as, oh, he shot his cheek out instead of his brain.
Yeah, writer.
Yeah. Let's see. Where should I jump to next? Yeah, I'll jump to one of the things that I do enjoy a lot about this film is this show and tell, and I think my favorite scene is coming up because I think my favorite scene is the next act. But for this one, the conversation that they started in Dr. Cawley's office that continued as they searched Rachel's room. I think it was just like really really efficient and excellent with how they went about it in the sense of there was a voiceover as you can see them like not necessarily montaging through but them being like edited like them searching everywhere in the room uh just trying to figure it out how or what happened to Rachel um and yeah it's just a tiny point of praise. I just appreciated the fact that they were accomplishing multiple things at once.
I see.
Yeah. It's always good to come in that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I may be stupid. Never claimed to be a genius. But unless it's what I think it is, what is the law of four of this film?
They introduced the law of four as the four different
four names?
Yeah.
Okay.
The four different
I was just curious
anagrams that he
what it meant.
uses to hide his real identity from himself, I think, is what we were going for, right? Crimson?
That's what my takeaway was
Okay.
from it.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't 100% sure, Sprinks, as well. I think with that answer, it's satisfactory. I did theorize it was going to be something else, but I think that works still.
Okay. It works. It just didn't seem quite clear
Yeah.
for me.
I think that one, funny enough, I think that was one of the few things that I think could have explained a little bit better. And in the ending. We'll get there.
Yeah, it wasn't spelled out like the other one was.
Yeah.
The 67. Alrighty. Let's go with Sprinks.
Let's see. There was a detail that, looking back, I wish wasn't used because it was 12 minutes into the movie, and it made me go on a track of like, okay, I think this is kind of the twist of what's going on, and it cemented it for me. And I wish they just didn't do it, but I see why they kind of had to, which is giving the aspirin to Teddy in a white patient cup.
Yeah.
If they just gave it to him by hand, I think it would have been less for me. It's still like something to be like, they're giving him drugs kind of thing, but I think it would have less kind of like cemented like, the patient cup thing.
Well, you also got to look at this movie without getting the tip off that there's a twist. Because seeing it first time in a theater when it was coming out, no one's like, "Oh, there's an amazing twist." So I don't think that's a dead giveaway hint or anything. I think that's a blink or you miss it, or you're looking meticulously for a podcast.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a heavy-handed thing.
For me, because again, I didn't really know there was a twist going in. I took that as my eyes narrowed at it, but obviously I'm looking at this with I'm looking at this with the podcast eyes. So my eyes narrowed when they did that. But it works, I think, because that would just be how the doctors. My excuse for it at the time was, okay, the doctor could just serve him. It could just be serving the aspirin this way because he wants to. I get that. I mean, that's how most doctors used to do it. And I remember being in the hospital as a kid when my dad got a couple pills. He got them in that little white cup. So it works. But I do admit as well, my eyes narrowed when I saw it.
Well, in a hospital situation, the bottle or whatever they're getting the medication or from is not in the same room with it. It's being sent to the room in the white cup. In the room in Dr. Cawley's office, he has the aspirin bottle he gets it from. But I guess the one tip off is like he's a doctor and he's could be in muscle memory, like he always puts medication in a cup. But aspirin is like put in your hand, give it kind of thing. He took the extra step to put it in the cup.
Yeah, that's true. I also took it as like maybe because the way Dr. Cawley introduces himself, I take it he's willing to see his patients in his office at any point. So I can buy that he has all that stuff on hand. But you're right in the point that he's just kind of he took the extra step to put it in the white cup.
Yeah, unless it's to go that it's not aspirin.
Also, was aspirin not in bottles in the 50s? Do we know that?
It was in something. It's not just open.
Okay.
Not necessarily the bottles we have today, but still in some kind of, not like probably cork, but
Uh, you might have lost me with that, Crimson. What?
I'm kind of lost on the point. We're on now,
Oh,
honestly.
do you
okay.
think they
But-
ship aspirin in little cups?
No. Okay, so what Sprinks and I were talking about with Sprinks grew suspicious, or the game was given away when the doctor gave the aspirin in the white cup. We were talking about what reasoning he would have to have the white cup in his room at the time. Am I recounting correctly, Sprinks?
Okay.
Not necessarily just have the cup, but the reason to use the cup.
Yeah. We're kind of settling on it was potentially muscle memory, and I don't have any issues with Dr. Cawley seeing patients in his office because he seems like the kind of doctor with how he refers to psychiatric his version of psychiatric practice that he would see patients regularly in his office.
Okay. Then
Also,
yeah,
it
that was
didn't
just
worsen.
me misunderstanding.
It
Now
didn't
I'm
worsen
following.
the movie for me. It didn't hint audience to my take on Across the Spider-Verse. It didn't do a Across the Spider-Verse kind of thing of a tip-off, but it just kind of made me go, oh, is that what's happening? And that's kind of all I was set on.
I
Because
see.
more was added to it. Nothing was like, oh, this is what's happening, or this
Yeah.
like there was no like waving me around for like different ideas kind of thing.
Yeah. If I were to boil it down to, I guess, the most basic feeling that you just get a more of a sense of unease. Because even if you don't know the twist yet, I do think it adds to the tension of unease. Like, oh, he's taking, he could be being fed psychedelics. Well, especially once we start learning more about the conspiracy, that this potentially becomes another red herring for later on. So I think this is set up as well. I think the base feeling you're supposed to get for the audience is unease, but this becomes set up for the conspiracy red herring.
Yeah. And as you said, there's, previous to these 12 minutes, a lot of weird things have been happening.
Yeah.
The boat thing and the loss of the cigarettes and Chuck's gun, situation of his holster, and a lot of things are off. So it's not just like the first thing that you kind of just wave over.
Yeah.
It's stuff is happening around this place that's unsettling and uneasy. So that's why I took it of like, this is off.
Yeah. I do think they do a good job of that too, by just piling on one tiny detail after another of just everything being a little bit off. It keeps the tension in the film without overwhelming the audience with it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're small enough breadcrumbs to not be obvious. How's everyone's Act 1 notes looking?
Kind of just have the dream.
Let's see. Yeah, well, jump to Springs. I'll skim.
All right, Sprinks, dream talk.
I like the use of how to make it a dream is the wild cuts of things. And at first I'm like, oh, that was some bad ADR. It's like, no, it's not necessarily use of that in the dream. It's to just make it seem more off, of a voice focused on a face that's not talking to then cut in a different movement thing. And I think that was very good that they kind of did in both dreams to give that weird feeling.
Yeah. I think the only ADR I thought wasn't great was during the introduction of the 3 buildings, the wings. There's an ADR part of an old Civil War fort, the most dangerous patients are housed there for C. That was not matched with all the other audio that was being said. That was the only ADR thing. for me.
Like the audio quality, because that's just on the building. It's not synced to anything.
Yeah, the audio quality, you can tell it's not said in a
Okay.
line with
Okay,
the
the line delivery is off.
yeah, because it's in between two things being said, but you can tell that it's said separately from the rest of what he's saying. So it's tacked on.
All right.
Gotcha.
I
So
did.
that one stood out.
I got a few notes. I'll just kind of quickly go through them. The first one that I wrote down that I thought was pretty funny was when we briefly get Teddy's his first flashback with his wife when times were happy. I poked some fun at Scorsese because once again he just has a shot focused on like Scorsese. I'm pretty sure is a foot fetish.
That's Tarantino.
Well, oh, that's true. That is Tarantino. Scorsese too. I think they both do. There's a shot of in like the quick. It was just a quick flat in the quick like cut flashbacks at the very beginning where we see is her name? Her name's not Marcia, right? Her name is
Dolores.
Dolores. Yeah. So Dolores, you get a quick shot of Dolores's feet like sliding up behind Teddy, and it's supposed to be it's got a little bit of a sexual kind of tension on top of it. And again, jumping ahead, electric perimeter. Teddy noting I've seen something like it before. Again, this is recontextualizes his delusions, like convincing him he's never been here specifically, but he recognizes what an electric perimeter fence looks like. And then going into the office, we have the paintings that Teddy kind of almost tunes out the conversations to look at, which is also heavily feeding into what he suspects with the conspiracy, even though Dr. Cawley's giving a story of like, yeah, this is how it used to be. Patients used to be beaten to think that their psychiatric value could be like beaten out of them.
Do you think those paintings are staged, or do you think those are actually in Dr. Cawley's office?
I genuinely think they're staged because, as I understand Dr. Cawley as a person, I'm not sure he would be the one to put them there.
All right, so it's to play into Teddy's sense
Suspicion.
of the experiments.
Yes, I think those are plants. And my last one was on the dream. It's very quick, but the drinking exchange. It's clear that Teddy had a drinking problem at a certain point. Which is reflective of the scene when he refuses to get alcohol when he's with the German doctor and Dr. Cawley, because he's not drinking alcohol anymore.
True. Do you think that's a Teddy thing, an Andrew Latest thing, or both?
I think it's a Teddy thing, and I actually do think it's both, because I think he drank himself into a stupor, both with work because of PTSD, and also after what happened with his wife. Before he obviously got turned himself in, so he kind of blames all of that. Because if I remember correctly, the first thing he does when he walks into the house at the end, spoilers for the end, in the last flashback, is he tries to pour himself some wine. So he
does. Makes himself a little glass.
He makes himself a drink. So I think he also is Teddy not drinking the alcohol is helping to divorce himself from who Latest was. And then obviously he recontextualizes that with his dreams, because he still had a drinking problem to deal with the PTSD, but he's divorcing the role that a drink might have had with his wife's death.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So just a little quick note. It's also very, very quick how they deliver. He had a drinking problem, and I really appreciate that, because you're piling on character traits really efficiently in a natural way, and that's something I think this film does brilliantly.
Yeah, I think it does.
And that is my notes for
little nitty-gritty detail. My last point is with the dream, and more just the visual way it's depicted of the ash started with nothing and then slowly started sprinkling in, and obviously by the end piled heavily, and then she crumbles into it. outside of the window shot looks nice. It feels dreamlike, so they achieved that without doing like the whole is it a
Surrealism.
vignette border or whatever they call it on the outsides? Like
Oh yeah,
uh,
that blur thing.
yeah, without doing anything like that with like effects on the
That you would
screen,
normally
I guess.
expect to see in a dream.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Either lower or higher saturation rate.
yeah. There's no toying with stuff like that. It's purely things on screen that set up it's a dream,
And the camera
which
work.
I liked. Yeah, so I think I like how they did that there.
And if you look very, very closely, you could see Leonardo DiCaprio auditioning for his role in Inception.
Dreams.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Alrighty.
I could say you're also seeing him having a relationship with someone older than 25, so it's got to be a dream.
Bang bang! Shots
Yeah.
fired.
Shots
DiCaprio.
fired.
Last thing I have of the dream thing, or for the act, is dream. Just talking on Dream 1. Do you think it's from Teddy's point of view, Andrew's point of view, or both?
It's an interesting way of phrasing them as separate when it comes to the dreams, because I don't know if I see them as separate in the dreams.
I think it's
I
a
think
moral fusion between.
All right, I took Dream 1 as Teddy. Because how he reacts to Dolores.
Are we
Seems more on his head.
okay? Quick question. I guess how you're defining the dream stuff. Are you counting his hallucinations that he has later on?
No.
Okay.
No. The waking nightmares are different.
Okay. I think
We're just talking about Dream 1 and then there's Dream 2.
Yeah. I've tended to see them blended together. I do think this one is more Teddy than it is having Andrew Latis's imagery bleeding through under the surface, like his subconscious, because he's questioning everything. So I definitely agree with you. I think this one's more Teddy, but I see the dreams essentially trying to marry the two personalities in a way.
Yeah, I see it as a mix because her burning, well, not burning, but the smoke in a fire, whatever storyline with Teddy is very apparent in the dream, but so is the water of Andrew, his psyche. So I do find it as a blend of the two, because with Teddy's vision of her, water's never really relevant to his story, but it is relevant to Andrew's story. So I find it as a mix.
Okay.
On to Act 2 then, where the end of the act is after the storm, I guess, after the second dream. So we shall start this act with Sprinks.
Did they plan this experiment of 2 days to the storm to give a reason why the ferry couldn't have been used the next morning?
Is the storm real?
I'm going to say the storm is real.
I have to go with the storm is real because then that opens up a lot of problems. Like, we can control the weather, but we can't control the weather like that.
And that's something that's never addressed
That's
if
not,
it is
that's
fake.
not what I meant. I meant like hallucination.
Oh.
I don't think so because everyone else is reacting to it.
Yeah, everyone else is reacting to it, so I'm going to go with the storm is real.
But I'm just thinking, like the ferryman, when he points out, a storm's coming, when he drops him off, is it played to that so the ferry can't be used?
It just gets really iffy when you start having an unreliable main character POV. It is acknowledged that he's hallucinating. So someone like Chuck trying to run into the mausoleum, Chuck could have just walked in there, but through Teddy's POV, he's running in there because of the storm, right?
Yes, but
so
there's never
I
an
always have to
instance
put this in
where
suspect.
there's not an instance where someone in the storm is then, because then you go to the whole flooding. Everyone's like freaking out that patients are flooding, and when you see Dr. Cawley with the overseers, they're talking about, oh yeah, just kill the people in Ward C. I feel like that's the storm affecting everything on the island.
Well, that could
Unless
also
you're
be
saying
them
that's
setting up
all.
his unease for distrusting them, that they're just willing to let the people die.
I don't know how
'Cause
much of this
they
movie I
know where
play
he
All
into.
right.
is.
I
They know
Yeah,
where
will.
he
I don't
is the
know
whole
how much of
time.
this movie I play into Teddy/Andrew mishearing
All
things.
right. I will then.
Mishearing.
You've brought up a good point, Crimson. So I'm gonna ask you a question. What's the evidence that the storm is fake?
Um, the evidence that the storm is fake is that I don't have any evidence. I'm throwing out a hypothetical here.
Okay. I
Uh,
then
the only
then
weird
then
thing
devil's
about it
advocate then.
is
What?
the next day is a beautiful sunny day. The day he gets clarity mentally. I mean, that's all I could
Well,
really
nature
provide
can
for
do
that.
that.
So yeah, but then it would just be labeled as convenience.
Yeah. I mean I would label I label the storm as convenience, but I think it works well within what they're planning. The original question is from you, right, Sprinks, when you were asking like if they planned this whole thing intentionally around the storm.
Yes. So the use of the next morning the ferry could not have been used if they're like, oh yeah, we find Rachel, but you can't leave because there's a storm going on.
I think that works. I think that works as an excuse to keep him there. Um, I my level with the storm is that I think it's real, and I think it's convenient. My convenience with it is that it's just convenient of how the storm affected everything on the island. Like it's convenient that it doesn't cause them more trouble than it might have, or like it caused them like the right amount of trouble for them to get the what's it called, to play out the fiction for Teddy. Is
Well,
kind
then
of
it just
how.
helps that they know it's coming.
Yeah.
Like the wall got broken down by a tree branch for him to get away. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Is that from the storm, or is that set up beforehand, knowing that there was going to be a storm? Who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah. So it's stuff like that that I think plays into the storm is a good uh they are just making the best use of what's currently going on outside. Um is kind of how my point of view on with regards to storm. So yes, they could have planned the entire thing around it. It might have been that they were planning to do this anyway, and then they figured out a storm was coming. Like, oh no, wait, this just might work better. So it might be like it might be convenient in the sake of like it happened at this time in their world, but they use it to they're just using it to their advantage to help keep Teddy on the island.
Yeah. So I don't see it as hallucination, but I figured I'd throw that out as a potential when messing with a character that hallucinates.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think for me as to why I never really considered that was just because every character is reacting somewhat normally to a giant storm being going on. And I don't think he's ever broken in such a way to delude himself into thinking of seeing people in a certain way outside of like his memories and stuff like that.
He does see dead people. He
Uh,
does conjure up figures. So
Yes, yeah,
that
yeah,
that's
in the
not an
waking
hallucination.
nightmares, but it's not. But again, they're of dead people. They're not like of the living, if that makes sense.
Well, is the fake Rachel even a real person?
Well, the fake Rachel's a nurse. Oh no, the fake Rachel in
No,
the fire.
no,
You mean?
the one that's a mine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I genuinely
That's
think
not
that
a
was a
real.
fiction. I think it was a waking nightmare. But we can save that for later.
Crimson, was that the wicked is good lady?
Oh, was it? I think it might have been.
Okay. I didn't
The
get her name.
other Rachel I recognized from Looney Tunes Back in Action as the
Of course you
Area
did.
52 scientist lady.
I knew she was
Uh,
familiar, but I didn't place her face. I didn't.
yeah. Right. Ryder, you're up.
All right. I will jump to again. piling on Teddy's detective skills and him playing off adversarially to like the doctor being, you're gonna care for these violent patients. I don't fucking care about them. I'm here for. He's there to expose him, as we find out in this act. But I enjoy the back and forth that they have in the hallway, where the doctor's referring to Rachel in the past tense, and Teddy's suspicious of that and picks up on it. And then the doctor points outside as his evidence. I'm like, yeah, of course. Like, look what's happening. Like if in the fiction of Rachel having escaped and swimming off the island, they would be dead because of the storm.
Yeah.
All right, or very good point. But you did just really dance around a detail I really like.
All right.
Let's hear it.
They're in that hallway having a conversation about Rachel, and yes, Dr. Cawley is used in past tense. But when they're talking about a patient, especially under like the new drug that they have of the Thorazine, or
Yeah.
more commonly known as, I looked it up, chlorpromazine. They go into conversations about a patient, and Dr. Cawley addresses treating a patient as a him in conversation with Teddy, even though the conversation's set on Rachel, using things like listen to him and just might reach him, which I thought was a great detail of Dr. Cawley to the patient is to Teddy.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I can see your pick. I can pick up. I'm seeing what you're picking up there. I took that as more of he was just speaking generally, but honestly, yeah, he could be referring to Teddy directly, obviously.
But it means he's not talking about Rachel in his explanation.
Yeah. He does dive back into the drugs that Rachel was on, and I assume those are the drugs that Teddy were on. And they were only partially effective in trying to subdue his more violent side.
Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I just thought it was a cool detail.
It was a neat detail.
Something lacking in detail for me. This was one of the few. It's a nitpick, obviously, but it was like, you pick style over reality on this one.
Yeah.
Oh,
it might be what I have in my notes.
Figure out what I was gonna say.
Does it have to do with the flashback at the war?
Yes.
Does it have to do with the lineup?
Yes.
Okay, I think it's exactly what I have.
I think it's also exactly what I have, so don't worry about it.
Is it the panning behind the fence of them getting shot
Yep.
in sequence instead of all at the same time?
Yep.
Yeah, but you just the guy at the end of the line took, a minute and a half to load his gun.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they chose the style of the shot over the reality of the situation.
I agree. I wrote that down in my notes as well. I'm like, oh, this is really cool. However, it's pretty much what
they could have done it to work better, I think, is if they had a column in the fence, something like big, maybe a watchtower, so the camera goes around it and it goes dark. So then when it comes out from that, you already see all the bodies dead.
Oh, I see what you mean. So like we have something blocking our view, and then
yes,
yeah, that would have.
And they're already dead to continue the pan.
Yeah, I will say this: they tried. If you look in the shot, because I did. If you look in the shot, you can see the people the Americans that are shooting the Germans. You can see them raise their weapons one at a time. So they aren't firing in sequence, but it's weird that they take as long as they do to then raise their gun to join in, because it goes like a domino effect down the line, which is not what have happened.
No.
And I guess, were these prisoners that they were capturing, or were they going to kill them? Because it looked to me that they were prisoners that they were gathering. And then
it looked like they were prisoners.
Andrew shot, and then they all started
be a
shooting.
mix of both.
Okay, so they're intentionally muddy on this, and I get why, because they're trying to show the horrors of war, but they're Nazis, so I'm not going to lose much sleep over it. But the thing about it is, what we see in the from the scene is that they try to imply one person thought they were all going to be lined up and shot, and they tried to get away. So that person was shot by an American, and they were executed. And then the Germans started freaking out. So we don't really see what happens immediately afterwards, but it looks like Teddy takes a shot at someone who's going to run, and then that just all hell breaks loose. Is kind of what the implication of what happens.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of saw it as just Teddy, because while this is happening, you get the voiceover of him talking about how evil the atrocities were there, and then he shoots.
It's not war,
So
it's murder.
yeah, so to me, it was kind of he took the opportunity to set the dominoes after the first guy got taken out. But
um,
it
maybe.
is kind of gray.
It is kind of great. I can see a version of Andrew, I guess, being the person to pull that trigger, just for the sake of um getting revenge and cruelty, because we see earlier in the film we can see him pull the gun away from the German who was bleeding out. So I can definitely see Teddy doing that, in the sense of like he made the choice to take advantage of one of them being shot to just mow the rest of them down. Um, I think I if that were the case though, I mean I think it's gray intentionally, but if I were to have it, if I wanted to lean one way or the other, I think I would have made it more explicit.
Let's see. Let's go, Springs.
All right. I wasn't exact in it, but I did watch this movie with subtitles to try to get like a better clearing of what's being said and jotting down quotes that I think are important, kind of thing. But it did tip me off to something using subtitles, and that is that a lot of names have an A and E in them. And a couple things have an A and E next to each other. And I picked up that that's got to be important somehow with the overuse of it in the film. Now, I didn't get it to the anagram situation at the end, but I did pick up that that's a detail being used a lot.
And more than just the four, or
Well, you got kind of Mrs. Kearns has an EA, Doctor Nyreen or whatever is an AE. Who was the other one? Latest is an AE. Those are the connected ones. But then you got like Chuck's last name is Marshal Chuck Aul, so AE. Rachel Sheehan. Uh, Warden, I guess. Cawley. Like all of these names have an AE in them. So more so than just the four.
yeah, that's an interesting observation. And let's see, what was I going to talk about? I'm gonna go with Chuck. So Chuck is his partner, I guess, at this point still. And I was trying to figure out, having watched it afterward, or covering it afterwards, how handhold he should or should not have been with stuff. Like, because we know Teddy's smart. He's figured out a lot, and a lot has been laid in front of him for him to figure it out. But stuff like Chuck pointing out how Rachel's feet are unmarked or without a scratch after them supposedly finding her outside in the rocky area skipping rocks, or this, I think it might be the next act, but where he lists off the whole conspiracy point blank
That's in
to
this
him.
one.
That's in this one.
Okay, that's this one. So it's, do you guys think they handled the balance of hand holding or pushing Teddy, or do you think they might have been a little heavy?
I think the feet thing's fine because he's also a partner in the detective case, so there's got to be clues that Chuck also picks up that Teddy doesn't. But I do think the mausoleum one that they're trapped in is a little weighty a bit to play into Teddy's delusions.
Yes, I would agree. I this is one of those times where this is really cool, but this is also again goes into one of my overarching problems is just the length that they're willing to go to. This comes to across to me as is like they're overplaying their hand a little bit, because I think of with regard to that scene in the mausoleum, I quite like the scene a lot, but I think for me, I think Chuck was overplaying his part. Like, yeah, I mean, like, he's playing into Teddy's conspiracies, but the reason he's playing into Teddy's conspiracies is not really made clear. Because if then Teddy trusted Chuck completely for the rest of the film, I think I would like this scene more because it would allow him to have fermented that it would be proof, I guess, that Teddy trusts him, and it would add more into the delusion as to why he would go back for him. But because he was suspicious of him, it kind of muddies that insanity bit of his character.
I
So,
have one reason of belief why I think it's done is because the case of Rachel is never solved. I mean, she disappears and it's, there's no reason, as we touched on, that they give of how she escaped because Teddy never gave a reason or Andrew never did. So on the point that she is found and the case is over, what is then Teddy to do? And I think this is a way for Chuck to keep Teddy on track to his suspicions of what he said over the past 2 years without him going on different angles of something.
like, he's giving him the rest of the conspiracy that he needs to kind of
Yes,
reconnect him
that
to
Teddy is
Teddy.
shared kind of thing. Yeah. But up
Yeah,
to that point, Teddy hasn't really shared on that.
yeah,
But Chuck gives more reason of like, this is why you're selected. That's why you're here, kind of thing.
yeah. Like I said, the strength of the scene is very much playing into the conspiracy aspect of what they're trying to accomplish with their fiction. For
Yeah. But
me,
it's Chuck also giving Teddy a new goal.
yeah, maybe. So, like, trying to make sure he stays around the entire time to find out the human experiments, maybe.
Yeah. Because
Okay.
he's hinted at it over the case of Rachel, but it's not. It's just kind of in the back, I guess, of Teddy's mind, and he's not like constantly saying it of like that's where Rachel is. That's where he's just trying
Yeah.
to figure out the case. So on the point of they find her, it's kind of now he just wants to leave.
Yeah.
So Chuck is getting him back on track to all the things he said over the years because that's what Cawley says at the end when he finds him in the lighthouse, kind of thing.
Yeah. Do you have anything you want to add on to this, Crimson? Because kind of an important
I
scene.
think that's a fair read. What Spring said.
However, I still think Chuck lays it on a little thick.
I think it's reasonable. Okay, so this is just might be the acting in the scene from Mark Ruffalo that might have laid it on thick, but I find the dialogue is mostly fine. I think it would have been better if he uh wasn't as confrontational with the information. This is gonna
Yeah.
get into
What?
character specific stuff. Is like Chuck is a character being played by Dr. Sheehan, so I am
Yes.
so the level of like how adversarial do you need to be to push back on Teddy's belief to point out that maybe the other half of the conspiracy is that they want you here because you were looking into them, so now they're looking back into you, so now they got you, they have us both. I do think that's a good card to play because it would theoretically Teddy would trust you and want to help you in as much as possible. Um, the problem
Ryder,
is,
did you already share that you rewatched like the first 45 minutes of this movie?
yes, this was I rewatched up to this scene pretty much. It was
Okay,
after this
good.
scene that I finished my rewatch on.
Okay, good. I can't recall. What is the usage of subliminal messaging in the use of words in conversation?
Subliminal messaging.
Subliminal.
Yeah, sorry, subliminal messaging in the use of conversation. Is it just manipulation? But like, what's the word for it? I'm trying to
Okay.
get at has Chuck used any of that to lean into this conversation, or is it just that heavy-handed at this mausoleum? Yeah,
Mausoleum.
Mausoleum
Yeah, I got you.
scene.
um,
Because to me, it feels heavy-handed if there's nothing previous to it. But is there anything Chuck has like leaned into of Teddy's case kind of thing to get him to this point?
uh,
Because I think that would have been brilliantly written then
it
if
get
that was
it get.
sprinkled throughout.
I guess it depends on how you would view what you would contextualize as subliminal messaging. For me, at this point, Chuck as a character had been he's fairly passive. He does note that Teddy doesn't fully trust him and want to talk to him. So he has been pushing Teddy to be honest with him before. like he's waiting to get the full picture from Teddy. Like when he's lighting his cigarette in the rain after their interrogation scenes, he's like, "Who the hell's latest? You keep bringing it up and asking every prisoner who this person is, what their name is."
Patient.
Yeah. So it so there is some subtle work being done. He's trying to get a full grasp of how Teddy views the situation. That is his goal as both the Doctor and the character Chuck. So that scene is him fully embracing and understanding what Chuck's perception of reality is at that moment. That's why he feeds into the illusion. So I when you're referring to subliminal messaging, I'm assuming you mean like him trying to support Teddy's.
Like previously, yeah, did he say anything about like the experiments or playing into the reason why he's chosen to be here or anything, or is it just heavy-handed at that scene to kind of get him on track to something? Because I think definitely Chuck's ideal is more focused on the doctor to patient than the boss and partner.
So the scenes before this that really lay into it is I think Chuck also comments on the artwork Teddy's looking at in Dr. Cawley's office. One. Two, I also think when the German doctor says they're both soldiers that served overseas, he's the one that plays into that. He's like, yeah, of course, but that's not a hard thing to deduce. We could have been paper pushers over there. And then, the doctor goes on, no, but you were men of violence, not you two, like implying that they were like soldiers on the ground and stuff like that. So he has been building into the illusion of who they are to like what he and Teddy are together in the illusion before that point. So then if that's what you're asking.
Okay. Good.
Don't know if I answered your question or not.
Kind of. I just wanted to see more. Was it written prior of Chuck leaning into more than just the Rachel case to get to that scene of them together to then fully go into the experiment and reason why they're there thing. So it's not dropped all of a sudden to course correct Teddy into focusing on that now.
Yeah.
And it's actually been sprinkled in conversation previously, so it's not like a sudden change in Chuck's character kind of thing.
Yeah, it's been there, it's just never been explicit. A lot of the buying into Teddy's suspicions has been him just playing along a little bit or helping to set up something they probably already talked about with the doctors beforehand, like about both of them being veterans.
Okay.
I don't know if either of you noticed, so I don't know if it could be answered, but during the interrogation scene with the
Peter?
female patient,
Mrs. Kearns.
Yeah. She gets a glass of water, and in one shot, she's putting it up to her mouth with her right hand with no glass in her hand. And then it cuts to her putting a glass down with her left hand. I didn't know if that was a continuity thing or weird, like they're trying to do a psychological thing, but I think it's just a weird continuity error.
I think that early on in the movie, that seems like a continuity thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be continuity.
All right. So I guess I saw that in that scene.
Cool. I'm happy we took a break from the mausoleum scene because I'm gonna bring us right back to it now.
All right. Go ahead.
So one of the things, there are two things that I really liked about the scene. I actually quite liked that the character Teddy is done with killing. It makes sense. He wouldn't want to be killing anybody after what happened to his wife, and it plays into the PTSD of it all. But I like that it's also recontextualizes just Chuck trying to get to better understand where Teddy's frame of mind is, and then that's what leads to the big conspiracy dump afterwards. But it was apparent to me in this scene, Springs and I, you and I have had debates over a show and tell a lot in over the course of the podcast. We've had a few of them back and forth. And I think this show blends them very beautifully. But I think it's in this scene where I discovered the important contrast in between showing and telling. Because I think what we're being shown is either memories in this scene, like in a lot of show scenes, we're being shown either memories or dreams, for the character's state of mind. But the only thing we're being told is the conspiracy. So they've differentiated a little bit between show and tell. So the conspiracy is what's being told, and what we're being shown is a perception of reality.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah.
And I do think they are consistent with that throughout the film, which I appreciate. So, like in this scene, everything that's being said, because it's dialogue and diegetic, and we're not being shown like a flashback of it, we're being told the conspiracy. So we can then recontextualize this later as just obviously a lie. And I do think they maintain that for most of the film. A lot of the stuff that's being said instead of shown is more related to the lie that's being fabricated, because there's obviously it's not real, therefore we're not shown it, quote unquote.
Yeah, because there lots to talk about the lighthouse being a lobotomy place, which it could be based off the very last image of the movie. We could talk about when we get there. But that's not something they show. They don't cut to like the scientists being evil and lobotomizing people. It is just strictly
No,
said.
there's no get out scene.
Yeah, it's clinical, is what it is.
Crimson.
Mhm.
I second guessed myself in the glass thing with Miss Kieran saying it's continuity mistake, and I went, this movie's too smart to have a continuity error. It seems. So I pulled it up and just went it. That is probably intentional. That is purposefully intentional.
That's why I was asking it as a question because I couldn't tell.
That's
I
got to
couldn't
be.
see it.
Yeah.
It's so obvious, like obviously wrong, but anything could get a continuity error. Even
Yeah.
an obvious
Could
one.
someone
Even
send
the
me some
detail of her putting
screenshots in chat? I would appreciate.
Even when she puts down the glass in with her left hand, you see watermarks on the table that the glass was on the right.
I mean, that
So
could
that
be
even goes.
from multiple takes, though, as well. If you want to do it from
No,
a
this
meta
movie's too
sense.
smart, Crimson.
I don't. I'm very much of a believer that even the best stuff can make mistakes.
Yes, but they're not going to purposely have someone raise their hand without water.
It's an interesting one.
That's more of a stretch. That in this kind of movie, I think it's intentional.
But it doesn't really mean anything, though.
Well, the thing that's weird about it is that Chuck brought her the water glass. So Chuck is the role of Dr. Sheehan, but Dr. Sheehan's a real person. Mark Ruffalo's in that room. That's real. Unless it's to be that Teddy's imagining him in that scene. But other than, I think, the quote-unquote real Rachel in the cave, no one's a fake kind of thing in his head. I guess the waking nightmare of Dolores. But I think Chuck is real in that. But he's the one who gives Mrs. Kieran the water. So it's just the point of view of what Teddy's seen of the water she took. Unless the thing she dotted down in the notebook that says run sparked something in Teddy to make him now like kind of shift his viewpoint on things. But Mrs. Kieran isn't the first person he's interviewing. He interviewed Peter earlier and how many before that, but Peter is shown earlier, so Mrs. Kieran isn't the first to start with asking the question of who, do you know an Andrew Latis?
Yeah, it's
Although her response is very, strict to like you have to answer a certain way kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's just
the intention,
because they don't focus on it really.
The intentional use of it, I think, is odd.
Yeah,
unless it's just saying like a break in reality.
I guess even if it was like his reality breaking, why would he see her not drinking anything? That doesn't go into his psychosis of
unless there's like details
things.
He's missing in his day-to-day life, like he goes about seeing things and things are missing. Like I don't know any other. I did jot one thing down, but I think it's just of the time or whatever. But when Latis in the first act is walking to Dr. Cawley's and you see the patients, everything, one is raking leaves and the rake is broken and like remended kind of thing. And I went,
Yeah.
why is that a broken? Why is it broken? And I just in my head I went, that's weird, but there's nothing of it. So I didn't know if that is playing like what Teddy sees is off. And I guess that could play into the water thing, but
Very peculiar. Maybe I found nothing in my facts regarding this, if it's a goof or not, or if there's some intention behind it.
do we know what the rag in her hand is? Like up her sleeve?
No, she kind of just shoved it up there. I
'Cause I
don't know
feel
if it
like
was
that's
like
got a purpose too.
a fidget of some sort. I don't know.
Could be a fidget of some sort.
Because she wrote the run message, then she shoved it in her sleeve when. I'm blanking on his name. I want to say Sam. It's not Sam. Chuck. Chuck was coming back.
Yeah.
Or sitting down.
I see that as a continuity error. I don't see a reason why that would exist.
Strange one. I don't know. I'm living
I mean,
in
like
ambiguous for me.
I'm all for like trying to find an explanation for it, but I'm looking at it now. I think to me it's just a simple continuity error.
It's just the strangest thing to me about it is showing the shot of her with nothing in her hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the strangest part. And it's not like it could have been like cropped. It's pretty centralized, focused on her.
And putting the
way
glass
framed.
down is such a quick shot. It's like maybe a second.
Yeah. So
It's like
Oh.
purposely edited in for
Is it maybe? I mean, is it supposed to imply a time skip? Maybe because like she was drinking out of her right hand with the two like dots there, and then obviously she switched over to the left hand at some point in the conversation. That's just the end of it.
It
I think
could
so.
be.
I mean, it still wouldn't explain her having nothing in her hand, though.
No, I wouldn't.
The only thing, like, she's like the normal crazy person, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she just
that's
asked her
that's the
husband.
way that's the way they were framing it. Uh, so this could be their way of showing, oh, she is off. She's drinking nothing. But then why show her with a glass on the next shot? I don't know. I don't know.
Especially if the purpose of her to get the water is to write in Teddy's notebook. Then why play with the water?
Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. I don't know who went before me, so I'll just say Sprinks, you're up.
Sweet. Trying to see because we've jumped around things we have not touched on. When Teddy and Chuck have to change their uniforms, just kind of played more into my belief that there's patient thing about Teddy, and that they couldn't use his smokes and they have to use their smoke. So I'm like, oh, something is kind of laced or something in there. So that just played into my whole kind of theory.
Yeah, playing into the red
yeah.
herring a bit, yeah, or the either them being prisoners themselves or what have you.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
red
then,
herring
I
for
mean-
the audience and red herring for Andrew himself. for
Exactly.
The conspiracy.
I
Was there any more with that, Sprinks, or was that it?
No, it just played more into what I was going with the thought of that, Teddy's a patient.
Okay. How's Act 2 notes looking for both of you?
Well, we still got the whole second dream.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just one aspect that I'm just getting that reading here.
I got a couple more.
Okay.
I've got it. I'm gonna skim. Oh, give me a sec.
Okay, Sprinks, you go again.
Is the blinding light flashing of Teddy's migraine the lightning detail of outside, or is it to actually play the point of view of what we're seeing Teddy is having with his migraine?
The latter is where I lean with that.
I mean, they are both kind of happening side to side, so I could because it's synced with his motions. I'm going to go with visual depiction for the audience of his migraine.
Okay,
But
that's where I played too.
I can see it as lightning, but I'm leaning towards.
I think
visual depiction.
lightning helps cause it with the flash of light, but the light we see the light is like in the room as a deafening white light and not a flash of like blue lightning or real quick kind of thing that naturally would occur. So I see it more of like the point of view of Teddy.
Yep, I
He
agree
also
with
gets
that.
another dose of medication, which kind of
Hmm.
goes with if it's a daily night thing. His arrival of Dr. Cawley's office is tail into the night, and now it's the dark outside, and he's getting a second dose.
Mhm.
True. It's gonna be mentioned because we're gonna probably tackle this when we get there. But the George Noyce story that Teddy develops, or for the prisoner that we're gonna meet later on. Um, it's I guess an interesting way to justify the his perception of the character, um, which is I might feed into some inconsistencies later. We'll get to that. Um, and then uh, we did skip over the line. The beauty of it is crazy people talk and nobody listens. Really loved the line. It was good.
Yeah, I talk a lot. You two can't seem to wrap your head around some things I say.
Yeah, and vice versa.
Yeah.
It goes both
Uh,
ways on that one.
Crimson, you touched
uh,
on earlier how there would be some good camera shots that might be
Mhm.
brought up. One I really like, or just the use of the camera that they have, is when they find quote unquote Rachel, and Rachel's having the conversation to Teddy, and the cameras are tight. Not necessarily, I guess they could be considered close ups, but tight over the shoulder close ups going between Rachel and Teddy to make everyone else in the room kind of like disappear. And I thought that was really good. Kind of gives like an intimate sense of the two characters.
yeah, that's a good read of it. And I'm just going with the plan of putting in a fake Rachel because we kind of touched on it in the first act of their implementations of his delusions. And I'm trying to figure out what they wanted out of the way they depicted Rachel. Because she, uh, misinterpreting him as her dead husband, and then loving him, and then pushing him aside, not knowing who he is. Why do you think they chose that route with that?
Because that's a connection to Andrew's character of loving his wife Dolores, but being a different person as Teddy. So maybe that triggers. But I think also the finding Rachel. Who knows if the 2 years of talk or whatever of Andrew being on this island that he's like, oh yeah, we found Rachel or something, and then forgets or something. But if it's to play into like Teddy's success of solving the case kind of thing. Necessarily he didn't solve it. I mean, they just found Rachel, but if that's to go with that. So I think it was a connection of Teddy, what Dr. Cawley knows of Andrew and his history to play into that to kind of like cement that Teddy's fake and unrecognizable from who the love of Dolores is to Andrew kind of thing.
um, I love the angle that Andrew takes during the interrogation. I'll get to your point in a second, Crimson. Which is the angle of their investigating communist activity because that would have been like the regular. That would have been
The Red Scare.
the Red Scare. Yeah, that was all the rage they say back in after World War II. The angle that I was interpreting was that because yes, what I think everything Spring said is correct. The other thing I would add on to that is I think they were trying to confront him with a fiction because the character Rachel was invented by Andrew's mind or Teddy's mind, take your pick. Um, and therefore they're trying to confront him with in a way with a reality of his fiction, I guess. So for me to me for that, woo, I can't speak. From what I was trying to understand was that they were simply trying to kind of just pressure Andrew into recognizing that he's not reconciling reality.
Okay.
You posed the question, Crimson. What were you leaning?
I pretty much agree with your guys' sentiments. I'm leaning more towards Sprinks on it, even though writers is slightly tweaked different. It's fine. Because I don't think there's too much to be read in that scene other than what was already discussed on it.
Yeah, I agree with everything Spring said. I'm just adding on another little angle to it that I think that was part of I guess, the intent of the doctors.
Yeah,
Mm.
it's all fabricated to play to Teddy.
Yeah.
But they want to try to get it to work. They can't just go with Teddy's delusions expecting it to work in the end game kind of thing. They, try to find any breaking points or fixations on reality that Andrew can get into throughout the course.
Pretty major operation.
Well, as Dr. Cawley said, it's a whole new role play experiment thing that like kind of final choice.
Last chance.
Ooh, I almost made a really dark joke. Let's
go ahead, writer.
I was going to jump to the boardroom meeting with them discussing the how they're preparing for the storm and stuff like that. And Teddy again just showing off he was at one point a really really good marshal, and he puts together immediately like half of what Rachel's note was, being the law of 67, being that they had 67 prisoners. He's obviously the 67th one. I keep saying prisoners, 67 patients. And
they made that distinction in the movie.
Yeah, I know. I guess I quite like, again, just how they're not diminishing Teddy's intelligence, even though he is delusional, which is something I really appreciate about how they've crafted the character, and that's something they reinforce throughout the course of the film.
Yeah, I feel like at least my take on media is kind of a rarity with like crazy characters. Is they usually go full born crazy and less nuanced to have intelligence. You have Joker as a good example of one that is intelligent and crazy.
Depends on the version of the Joker.
Well, fair enough. Sprinks, you're about to jump in.
Yeah, right. Or if that was supposed to be a dark joke, I didn't get the punchline.
Oh, I didn't say the dark joke. My dark joke was they were. You said something about the being like a final. I don't know what the word you said was, but like the final trick or the final goal or something like that.
Endgame?
Yeah, the end game or something. I don't remember what the context it was anymore though. But my joke was going to be a joke about the final solution.
Oh, okay. Let's see, Sprinks, point please.
All I have left is the second dream.
I'll go ahead and touch on it then.
This one I believe is more played into Andrew's point of view than Teddy's, comparatively to the first dream. I think seeing it was very interesting that the Andrew latest in his head of like the grotesque looking one and kind of the drunk and the lighting the matches and everything. And the lighting matches is a good parallel connection to Teddy lighting matches to Andrew latest and the dream doing so. But I like that it's in the chair, or we get to meet him in the chair of Dr. Jeremiah. I don't know how to pronounce his last name again, like Nyring or something. And how the suspected German to Teddy is in a way the bad guy he has in his head that he's trying to uncover. But it's also to the knowledge of after a mirrored version of the monster in his head that killed his wife and situation that Teddy's trying to outdo, but Andrew can't come to terms with. And I thought that, like, just the use of that room and what they've shown in the movie to use again of a connection is very clever.
Yeah, I'll say that's clever. A question I have with the dream is the depiction of the kids being like stabbed and bloodied.
Yeah, there's a lot of blood for drowning.
Yeah, that was my question I was going to pose. Why is that?
My best guess is he moved them again after he shot his wife, so the blood of his wife got onto them.
I was going with being that it's a dream. It can kind of play into the
Yeah, there's
uh,
that aspect too. Yeah.
fictitious thing. Not necessarily just like the dream's fake, but what we've heard could be fake, kind of thing. Because already the whole shoot, was it in the first dream or the second? No, it was in this one when he picks up, his daughter Rachel, and he's like, I wish I could have been there, and I'll help put you away, kind of thing. I went, oh, is this a cover up? Like, was he involved in this that he's saying Andrew Latis did, which is, yes, both. But Teddy, in some way, was involved in this case. And I went, oh, that's interesting. So maybe it wasn't a drowning. It was a lot more like blood and murder that he's just not admitting to, or like false reports said it was a drowning kind of thing, like where they dumped the bodies.
Mm-hmm. So you see it more as like a red herring or just a hint to something else.
It was a hint to what we've been told or been following might not be fully true, kind of thing. So in my head, I went, "Oh, the drowning was a cover-up with how he's talking to the dead kid of how he should have been there, and the fact that there's a lot of blood and there's, they're not soaking wet, kind of thing."
All right. Ryder, do you have anything in this act, or yeah, dry?
Got a couple more.
Okay.
Another red herring before he falls asleep is the lightning shot on the warden. What I like about this in recontextualization is the warden is probably talking to his officers about having to keep an eye on Teddy because Teddy's sleeping there with all the doctors and nurses around him. And also, it's an implication that there's an implication that he's going to be an antagonist, as the way the scene kind of portrays it, which I like is subverted because he's obviously a big supporter of what Dr. Cawley's doing. So him being in later scenes, like with behind the two doctors when they're talking with Andrew Latis in Ward C, and he's there again with the doctors at the final scene. So I like that they kind of subvert what they build up here with that. The dream is, I think, pretty brutal in the sense of like it's going from one thing to the next, and I was in the red herring for people who don't know the twist or don't suspect the twist. They are probably starting to think he's on psychedelics because the pill thing has happened twice, and every time he's taken a pill that day, he ends up having some pretty wild dreams. So the dream
but it could also be that he's had those pills every single day for the past 2 years.
Yeah, that's exactly that's the thing. And obviously, I enjoyed the villain he turned Latis into. Well, I think you touched on it, Springs. The kind of it's cartoonishly evil for Andrew's perception of the world.
Yeah, it was almost, to anyone familiar with Johnny English, the cover-up of the guy who did the case kind of thing.
Yeah. And then I obviously now look at the drowning of the helping drown the kids. I actually took that more as he's not that he was at fault. I took it more as he feels greatly responsible for the death of kids somehow, which he does.
Yeah, it's stated his exact feelings on it.
Yeah,
in the last act,
pretty much. So good setup. I think they played with the visuals enough to kind of to demonstrate the marriage between dream and memory. So everything here is different enough from the quote unquote real memory we get later on, but it's still authentic enough to kind of terrify Teddy as a character because we see how shaken up he is at certain parts of the dream, which makes sense. But again, they do a really good job of blending his reality and his dream into what his memories actually are.
Yes. I have a thing to touch on that I don't know if Crimson's going to like.
All right, I'm excited. Let's hear it.
A little past history. Crimson and I once attended a class together on filmography is literature, and we had to do a report on covering a film, Catch Me If You
With
Can.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yes. And I found a detail in that movie to do with Tom Hanks's character and the glasses he wears throughout the film. In this film, I think there's a connection to something going on with smoke. I can't quite put my finger on it, but the use of smoke in this movie, I think, plays to something towards the audience or something demonstrated in the scene it's in. And the only thing I can kind of get around is I can't think of how many reflections or mirrors are in this movie, but if they're playing with like, Teddy has to see Andrew Latest inside him kind of thing, it's like the reflection of that. And with the, as Crimson pointed out earlier, the anagram of Shutter Island title being Truth and Lies, if it's to go into like an overarching kind of hidden like smoke and mirrors throughout the movie, that it's all, falsified and trickery. But I don't know if there's that many mirrors to play into that. I just think smoke is played in some way of like Teddy getting closer to a truth or coming out of the fog kind of visualization of something, that it plays that way.
The only thing I have confirming something like that from my research is with the clouds. So it didn't really correlate to smoke, but something that was stated as a intentional reference was the sun comes out in the final scene for clarity, obviously, and it's a reference to Sigmund Freud, who pretty famous what is it,
Psychologist.
neurologist, psychologist. That's the word. Who described the subconscious as a confusing, cloudy weather in opposition to the clear skies of consciousness. So it could be the confusing, cloudy subconscious, I guess, if you want to extrapolate to that.
And you're referring to this.
That answers. Sorry, Crimson. That the sun thing kind of leans into answering a question I have in the last act. Then.
Okay. Ryder, you're about to hop in there.
Yes, I'm just trying to understand the point that was being made. The smoke in the dream, you mean?
Smoke throughout the movie, but there is like one shot that really made me like kind of go with. There's a point to it. Is in the dream when he's standing. It's kind of wide shot of him, and the smoke is just like a cloud around his head, and not like around the room kind of thing. It's just like focused on him.
Like when he's in the cold,
With
like when
smoke?
when he's in cold, right? It's like the smoke from his breath.
Yes, it's
Kinda.
right after the false, fictional latest turns into Chuck, and then is gone, and then right before Dolores is there with the three kids on the floor, it's just like smoke encompassing his head,
Do you
and
mean
then there's also a
okay?
weird shot of him smoking, and it's in reverse. The smoke's going back into a cigarette, which I thought was cool.
Okay, all right. Just making sure I was understanding what you were saying.
Yeah, but that just kind of like went to it being the dream thing of like, the more surrealism points being made here and there of like his psyche that we're seeing, connection kind of things, but like throughout the movie, just the use of smoke. I just like going with there's a method to it or a reason for it. It's just I haven't fully broken it down.
All right. Well, in the audience, if you notice smoke or want to, I guess, finish the dots that you're laying out, because it sounds like you didn't fully flesh it out yet.
Yeah, it's like I have
really common.
what are they called? Dot to dot drawings, but I have like a couple that aren't connected. Like I can't see the full picture.
All right.
So you have an
I guess
idea, but you're not entirely sure yet of what it is.
The purpose. Yeah.
it's not fully constructed yet.
Okay.
The last thing I guess I have for this act is just the bodies that are shown. And this one, it's they get swapped out with Rachel and I guess other Rachel.
Oh, you mean from the concentration camp?
From the camp.
Yeah, the frozen one side of the train.
Yeah, I think it's a really good haunting visual. I think I mean, it looked pretty practical. I imagine it was. So I think that was very well done in its creation. And swapping out the woman and the child with Rachel and then other
Rachel.
Rachel, uh, I think was a good swap to integrate into his dreams or whatever you want to call that. That one wasn't part of the dream, was it? That was one
Why
of
do you
his like
think?
daydream things.
Why do you think they chose the Rachel? I guess the nurse that you're going with, versus using Dolores in that scene.
Because and Dolores is more tied to Andrew, right? And then Rachel's more tied to
Teddy for the
Teddy.
moment.
So I guess it's to be perceived more through Teddy lens
Okay.
in that particular moment.
I saw it as a good visual to show how close Nurse Rachel is to the kid.
Could be as well.
Yeah. I took it as this is fresh off of the pretty more or less fresh off of the interrogation scene, the questioning scene where Rachel snapped at him. And the reason why I think this is kind of this whole dream sequence is touching on his real reality is because of that confrontation scene. That's why this is being so depicted so close to his memories of what really happened, both in the concentration camp and the kids, his dead family.
Yeah.
So I think
But
Rachel's just a direct link right now to that.
sounds like we're praising a lot of the dream and visuals in this in this particular film.
It's a smart
Like
movie.
they did a good job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We tend to complain about that, don't we? A little bit.
Yeah. Sometimes, usually me.
Yeah. Proof that it can be
All
done
right.
well. There we go.
On to Act 3, if everyone's good with that.
Yep, I'm good.
Yes. I guess the one little thing I have is just that Dolores keeps telling Teddy to find Ladus and don't give up, which is to me just easiest that Dolores loves Ladus and doesn't know who Teddy is.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose
Yeah,
so.
I never really
would be his,
interpreted it
like,
that way, but
subconscious.
yeah, I never interpreted it that way, but that makes sense to me.
Yeah, Dolores doesn't care about Teddy at all.
Yeah,
I mean, possibly Teddy didn't exist when Dolores passed away.
well, I mean, the Dolores is just Andy's subconscious. It's not actually Dolores.
Yes, but Dolores still knows Andrew.
Yeah.
I guess
I
that
suppose.
depends.
So was Teddy created after or before her death?
No, you're okay. So my contention with that is not what you're bringing up. My contention with that is how far are we going to drag out Teddy's perception of reality? So, like, these are hallucinations that Teddy is having, or dreams that Teddy is having because he is Andrew Latus. So, her saying that she telling him to go find Latus is just his subconscious supporting his delusion in one way. Or, as you say, it could be uh I'm not really inclined to believe that she's pushing Teddy away because she loves Latus, but rather it's her just kind of pushing him along because that's what works for him as like the delusion.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I saw it more as the memory of all that Teddy can get of Dolores with how impactful she is to Andrew is that her number one thing is caring for Andrew. Because even later on, when we see like the actual events, Dolores still loves Andrew, and when he says like "Don't say a word," she says "I love you." Like she kind of breaks the one rule to show the love. So in his mind, it's like Dolores to me. One thing is caring for Latus and loving him. So it's like that's the one thing in his head that she wants to get to. Now it still helps in his psyche to get him to like getting the case of like who Andrew Latus is.
Oh, so what you're
But his
saying is
memory of Dolores in his head cares for that.
yeah, like I said, because it's in his head. I don't necessarily view that as her caring for him. I view that as more as a if anything, it's just a kind of a dissociation of like her trying to push him to realize who he is, not necessarily out of love, even if that's his memory of her, because it's ultimately this is latest psyche that's making a perception of her do this to him. So I don't quantify that as her love for Andrew. I quantify it as the memory of that love.
Yes, it's the memory of the love. I agree with that. I don't agree with it's pushing him to become Latest. Because neither Latest wants to be found, and neither Teddy wants to return.
Well, then what's her/his subconscious objective by stating to find Latest then?
The memory of what he has of Dolores is the caring love she has for Latest. And that's her connection of what he knows in his head of like Latest's head, but to portrayed to Teddy to find him. Is the care his wife has for him.
I guess we're just on two different lanes on that one. Because to me, that kind of sounds more like you're not approaching it as a unconscious thing. You're viewing it more as him just reconstructing a character in his head, right?
What do you mean by reconstructing a character?
Well, I mean, it's his perception of her love towards him. That would be his reconstruction in his head. Meanwhile, I kind of view it as it's his subconscious pushing him towards finding himself again.
Oh, okay. I go with the option A then of those two.
All right. On to Act 3, unless Ryder wants to chime in on that last bit that was said.
Yeah, I was trying to describe what you were saying, Crimson, the part 2.
Okay.
I don't view her as a reconstruction because I doesn't make sense for her to be a reconstruction.
Alrighty. Act 3 ends at the drugging Dr. Nearing? With Springs, it's hard.
Jeremiah.
Whatever it is. Sure. Drugging Dr. Jeremiah.
We could just call him Dr. German.
Dr. Man.
Oh.
So we'll end the act on that part. Let's start with Spranks again.
Who's the guy? Is it just some nobody in Ward C who attacks Teddy and just like starts going over hydrogen bomb stuff?
The hide and seek guy. Yeah, I don't think he really was connected to much of anything other than showing how violent Andrew can be when pushed, I guess.
Okay.
And to show that there's an actual legitimate danger towards C, because we, up to this point, have only been told it's dangerous, so now we actually have a visual to go with it.
To not falsify that it's like just stay away there, like in case it sparks memories for Teddy kind of thing. It's actually a dangerous place.
So it does ground it in the setting there they built with it. A question I had, and I think I know the answer by now, but I still want to pose it. The security guard that's there, it's like, be careful around here. There's still some on the loose. And they go up the stairs, and the guard walks down the hallway or whatever. There was laughing in the background, which ended up being the hide and seek guy. But at that moment, I'm like, oh, this guy is a disguised patient. That's what it sounded like. He was laughing while going down the hallway, but it was the hide and seek guy in the room next over. But
I agree that it is the laughing or the hide and seek guy, but I do think the mannerisms and the speaking pattern of that guard to the two of them is just like tickled at the idea that this is all fake and pretend. I think that's why he's like, oh yeah, he's like, you guys go on, good luck, haha, and kind of smiles and smirks as he walks away in the most dangerous place.
That's potentially. So that was my headspace until it immediately got debunked going into the next room. But.
Yeah, I think that's, well, I mean, that's the only jump scare in the movie, I think, right? Well, unless you want to count, I guess the hide and seek bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, I
That
wouldn't
like
really call much of anything in this too much of a jump scare.
yeah, I think it's the closest we this and then the patient that Taggart. I think those are the only two instances where we get close to a jump scare. So I kind of viewed this as just them having a bit of fun. So it kept with the unease. Because as a first time viewer, I also had that thought, Crimson. I'm like, oh, is he like? I thought he for a second was also in disguise, and I think it's just intentional to kind of, as Spring said, just play with the idea that this is all fake. It's all for show.
Just amuses him.
Yeah. And the chances are he's obviously in on who Latest actually is, so it just kind of doubles. There's a lot of layers to the way he just talks to them nonchalantly about everything.
Yeah. Where is Chuck during this part?
When he
Oh,
disappears and falls behind in the running scene,
yeah. Well,
no fucking clue.
I don't know where he is, but the purpose of him being away might be to test if the violent nature is in Teddy.
Yeah, that's how I interpreted it as well. Later on,
Because
anyway.
then he comes during the beating and takes, helps the patient get away with the guard.
Yeah, I think he was
Maybe that
trying.
was a play in testing.
I think he was
it's a
testing the.
risky test.
Yeah, I assumed that it was testing once he showed up it so conveniently, and I think it later on when they're discussing when it's referenced like somebody got violent on a patient and how that becomes a big part of like why he is feels cornered because they're after him because someone hurt a patient. So yeah, I viewed it as a bit of a test at that point because there's a point where he fought him off, but then he chose to like get on top of him and start choking him out to get back at him. So like there was a point where the self defense stopped, and I think that's where quote unquote the line was drawn for the test to see if he could hold himself back enough to not choke the prisoner out.
Let's go with Rider for a point.
Sure. Very classic horror vibes while he's going through the asylum here, going from cell to cell.
Mm-hmm.
I do. What do we think of? I guess it's more of a question. What do we think of George Noyce as like his introduction as a character and like the twist that's going to be used on him later? Because a lot is riding on this scene for evidence later on.
I like that it kind of shows that the the patients of Ward C aren't in on the experiment going on.
Which makes sense.
Like, yeah, George Noyce isn't playing a game kind of thing. He's telling his reality of fact to Teddy.
Yeah, it's your fault. It's your fault. I think the well, I think the parts of George Noyce's scenes that might have bugged me is it feels like the promises of like him like getting out or whatever. Uh George Noyce I'm kind of talking myself out of it now, never mind.
Talk yourself out. Talk yourself out.
Good debate
Yeah.
with yourself.
Yeah, wonderful.
Oh, very, very, theming.
Yes, very on brand for this podcast. But on the topic of the character of George, it is kind of it felt like it didn't feel shoehorned. What's the word I'm looking for? Kind of stood out as being different, I feel, for the rest of this film. And I kind of struggle to identify why it feels different to me. It kind of feels like a checkpoint in a game, and less than because this movie's been very fluid. I feel with explanations of why things happen, and this kind of just feels like and then this guy that's pivotal is right here.
You think it's a pacing issue?
I don't know if it necessarily is. It's just I feel like if Chuck pushed him to this room to have this conversation, that would be more, but he's by himself and he just stumbles upon this. So it doesn't feel as natural as the rest of the movie, which I think is why it might stand out to me more.
Interesting.
Yeah, that he just kind of happens to be there, and obviously, Latest is the one that beat him up, but um, yeah, I guess that might be what my issue is with this scene because I also feel something's off. I just don't know how to quantify it, which is why I thought it was I guess the explanations they were going to between the character back and forth that felt off to me, which is it becomes an important point later on that when he is saying that you did this to me, it's not a metaphor. He like Andrew physically did beat him up for what happened. I think I'm also trying to kind of like rationalize the scene in a certain way that allows what's it called that I guess just explains why it feels odd. Um, and I think a lot of it has to do with like the character dynamic was less of. It might be because everything else is so efficiently written that this one just felt like they avoided the subject of like the important subject that would need to be told. Is that like I think George would have said like, "What are you talking about? You're here as a prisoner," you know. So he seems to be. It comes to me across as like George is for some reason in on the whole conspiracy, at least around Andrew after what happened to him. But it doesn't really explain it in a coherent way, even though he's insane, which you can, I guess, ascribe to him as a character trait as to why he can't. But it still bugs me a little bit because he's still very intelligent and coherent enough to have this conversation with Latest.
Yeah, and I guess as a character for me, George kind of just pops out of nowhere. The setup to him is just word that someone got beat up at some point in the movie, and then we find out he's the one that got beat up. But
Well,
there's not an inmate, not inmate. I did what you guys did, darn it.
Patient.
patient.
There was no like patient talking about how, hey, George would like to meet you, and then the officers or doctors shoving that person away for trying to break the immersion or something. I don't know. Um, it, his character just didn't feel built
The
for this
only
scene.
funny enough, I don't remember the patients being beaten up because the only time he gets mentioned is when the first time he's mentioned is in within the conspiracy scene where he's talking. I met a college kid, communist named George Noyce, in the mausoleum scene, and that's the only setup we really have of him.
Yes, and that's Teddy's story.
Yeah,
Who
that's
that
that's
is.
Teddy's story. Yeah, yeah.
In this
Yeah.
scene, you both said it's off. There are two issues I have with the scene. One of them I think is just a big error, and the other one is unexplained. And maybe one of you could explain it to me. The unexplained one I have is that they say in the morning when they wake up that the power went out, the ward, all of the patients are loose. They're trying to wrangle them back up. The backup generator failed. Ward sees the most dangerous and it's loose, kind of thing. But when we see Teddy go off on his own to George, we see that there are patients in their cells, still in their cells. They didn't escape.
Well, the
And George
guard,
Noyce is in his
Well, the guard said that
in his
most of them
cell.
have been caught.
yeah, the guard said that, and then
Okay.
wasn't the tag guy talk about why would they want to escape when there's bombs and stuff?
Yeah. Just talking
So
crazy about the hydrogen bomb. I was getting a little suspicion if actually they weren't escaped and they were released and they just chose like one of them in Ward C to be released. That's why it's so empty and there's guards not everywhere.
it's
Because if it's the
a
most
pretty
dangerous, why is that the least secure?
well. You get into dangerous territories with that because this is all to fix one patient, and obviously it would extrapolate to fixing more people if it works with
Yeah.
Andrew. but putting all these people at risks for that when you don't necessarily need to do that, I don't think that's what they would do.
Yeah, like I said,
I agree. I see that, but I don't get why Ward C. They don't say they wrangled them all up. There's still a couple loose. Be careful. But when they say that to Teddy and Chuck, who's a doctor and a patient to everyone else, there's only one guard who walks away.
Oh, we don't see the whole wing or building.
I know
It's just
it
the
just makes me
stairwell.
think. It just makes me think that was a lie. Ward C is completely taken care of, except the one, which is the test of why Chuck leaves to see how violent Teddy is. Which
Oh,
is
like
why then
the
another guard is quickly there with Chuck to take care of the situation, and everyone else is already taken care of. So that one's just like not necessarily explained, but it's my guess to it.
right.
The other thing that I think is just an error is the match for the lighting of the scene. That Teddy constantly has to light a match in order to see George and have their conversation. It goes back to the Christmas Carol thing where the match isn't a flickering light and it's just a solid light in the room so he can see. And I get that. But when there's a point where the match goes out and they continue their conversation and no match is needed for the lighting in the room. And unless Teddy's eyes are changed or now there's no light needed and the light was something playing in his mind that he needed, like it was darker than it actually was kind of thing, I just see that as like an error then.
Just so I get your headspace, you opened this by saying you had a big issue and then something you didn't know.
No, I have
Is
two issues.
this a nitpick?
I have two issues. One is the unexplained one, which I brought up of the ward being, dangerous and everyone's let loose, but it's not because we see when Teddy's up there and lights a match, like someone's arm reaches out to grab him kind of thing. So there's people in their cells. The other one I have is also an issue that I think is more of an error of the light, that he's not
I'm just
constantly lighting matches to see George.
I'm getting your levels because you said big problem and then something you weren't sure about. So is this lighting a big issue or is it a nitpick?
I apologize. I don't remember saying the word big issue. I thought I said they're both issues. One was unexplained and one's an error.
I'm like 95% confident you said big issue.
Ryder?
I just heard 2 issues, so I don't know, man.
I guess when I rewatch this, we'll
We'll
find
find
out.
out for
I was going
sure.
for the witness here.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, my question still stands. Is this a nitpick?
The light, unless it can be explained to me, no. With the lighting.
And what does that mean overall then, if it's not a nitpick?
It's poor lighting in the scene. It's an error.
I was going more grand scale. Does that mean lighting in the whole movie as a whole was affected by this?
I see what you're getting at. No, Crimson. The whole thing is not like, oh, one bad scene, a piece of mold on my bread. It's all ruined. Throw it all out. No.
All right, I'm just trying to measure here. And yes, you're right with the lighting. I was just gauging your levels.
Yeah, you're making experiments on me.
Gauging
One
levels.
could argue this podcast is just experimenting in each other's purview of art.
Well, yeah, that's podcast 0. Let's see. I guess that answered those two. Ryder.
Sure. I will jump to I like that Chuck found an excuse to not immediately return to like Teddy's side. Obviously, it was probably when he went away to help put the patient away, he was also probably catching everybody up on like the report of how it's going, yada yada. But he still came back with a evidence to help with the case files. So it's not like he snuck off to do nothing, even though latest suspects him. Because he was gone, and obviously George always told him not to trust Dr. Sheehan.
Yeah, I'm glad they came up with a reason to his absence, and getting that paper, I think, is sufficient enough.
Yeah.
Question I've got, and that's with the, I guess, presumed death of Chuck off the cliff. or whatever the heck that was. What was that? It's either like they left the cigarette there intentionally to let uh, Andrew's mind create a scenario to where Chuck fell. But if that was the case, why did they do that for him to go down a cliff?
I
I don't
I
understand.
I think he was supposed to believe Chuck was pushed.
Mm.
They're feeding. Well, okay, so I guess I'll extrapolate a little bit more. So my thought was their goal was to play out the extreme of his imagination because the as we find out later on, Dr. Cawley just goes, "You don't have a partner." When obviously the whole perception of what's going on is he very clearly did have a partner in his doctor, but they're playing into the conspiracy of like, at least for me, the implication was that he was supposed to believe Chuck was like pushed off or shot off the cliff because of what happens later in the exchange he has with Dr. Cawley, and I will do what I have to defend it. You know, that's how he's perceiving that.
Interesting. I saw that differently.
What did you see it as?
Well, first off, the quote unquote body rock. Do you two think that was staged?
I think that was a hallucination.
I think that was hallucination.
Okay, I'm in agreement with that. Um, the point of his conversation of saying, "I'm going to the lighthouse" with Chuck, and Chuck is, going against him and saying, "No, we should do this," and Teddy's response is, "I'm going to go kind of with or without you," and he chooses to go without him. To me, that is Chuck knowing, okay, he's now on a point where he's doing things by himself, even though he believes me to be his partner. So I'm going to leave him to do his own things. Where then Chuck went to Dr. Cawley or whatever and explained it all of, he's now not dependable on me. He's not, trusting my motives kind of thing. He's doing his own thing to then cut out the partner of Chuck. So then when Teddy is like, where is Chuck kind of thing, he's seen things in his head of the dead body, which to me in the moment was like, oh, is Teddy's mind, did it break so much? Did he actually push Chuck in like rage because of the fight earlier in Ward C kind of thing by Chuck not agreeing to go to the lighthouse? And then it's fake by the rock. And I went, okay, so where is Chuck? Which plays into the whole where is Chuck? But at the end, I think Chuck purposely left. And that was part of the thing to isolate Teddy in the moment of when he chooses to be isolated because they're playing to his experiment or his reality.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I that doesn't take away from, I guess, my interpretation of why he was deluding himself into thinking Chuck was eliminated / killed.
Do you guys think Chuck left the cigarette there for him to apply he was off the edge?
Yeah, I do. Because the cigarettes, I mean, I believe the cigarette's real. I don't have any evidence otherwise.
I believe the cigarette's real. I'm going to say yes, which then again plays more into the smoke thing. If it's the smoke is like, is it the fake stuff or is it real stuff? But then it plays into a whole bunch of illusions after that of like, that's not Chuck's body, it's a rock. And then all those rats, are those rats real? And then, the fake Rachel in the cave. It's like, is that all hallucination stuff? Because then that's like a strong change in Teddy. Like that's a real breaking kind of point. If it's all fake. And then kind of what plays into what caused that. If he had his meds the night before, like he's been taking these meds. So
I guess what I'm getting at with the cigarette thing is why are they risking him dying? Because let's say their goal wasn't for him to think he fell to his death. He dropped the cigarette, didn't think anything of it, and then Andrew extrapolated that into something. Why aren't they having people watch him? The moment he starts to descend, like what?
I think that's pretty clear. They explain it at the end. If they can't get him to break, he's going to die anyway.
So you think they'd be fine with him jumping off a cliff on accident instead of doing the lobotomy?
If it gives the reason for him to break the Teddy illusion, to see that it's actually him as Andrew Latis, to get the experiment to work, then yes. Because if it doesn't work, they're going to kill him anyway.
I think that's
It's a little
reach.
unmoral, but
yeah,
these are pretty moral people.
yeah,
I would say.
that to me would push to everything. That would push for me. That would be out of character for Dr. Cawley and Dr. Sheehan.
then
And
it is interesting that they leave him unmanned. Like Chuck doesn't force himself to
yeah,
go, but
again,
there's no like warden or warden
yeah,
deputy McPherson around, or
yeah. This is the part where I was disillusioned when they recontextualized everything. This is the part for me where I got disillusioned with what the goal of their goal was, because again, the one of the few overarching problems I have with this film is just the willingness of how far they're willing to go for the chance that they might pull him back from the brink does tend into absurdity, and I think this is one of the most poignant moments of that throughout the course of the film.
it also plays into, if, as I said earlier, the Chuck's body, the rats, the fake Rachel in the cave, if any of that is, it's all falsified in his mind potentially, is it all fake then? Because the one file Chuck had, I guess, from his body when he died, and it's not his body there, flies directly into the cliffside wall for Teddy to grab. Would he? Is it playing that he had that the whole time, and that's in his head how he claimed it? Because then it goes into the cliffside wasn't where the paper is, which could play into that whole cliffside was false.
Yeah,
in his head.
I viewed a lot of that as convenient. If it was real, and if it's him in his head, I think they needed to make that more clear in retrospect.
That's kind of my sentiment, is because of how extreme this is. I think, especially compared to the rest of the film, I think this does need an explanation, like someone acknowledging that he was just standing on the cliffside for 10 minutes and then walked away. So everything happened in his head, and he didn't actually descend or something. So, something like that, where he was just standing up there with the paper and like zoned out mentally, but imagined going down there. That I think would make that
agree
better.
with that, because they do play the next morning when the warden finds him that they did leave him unattended all night.
Yeah. So
like
I
a
think
night has passed.
Just a line of saying, "We observed you just laying on the cliff all night," or something like that, or just standing there looking at the paper, because I don't know.
Maybe the paper. Well, I mean, the paper is supposed to be on Andrew Latis, right?
Tune it out.
Right. The paper is supposed to be on Andrew.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would make sense to me, like if they were to give an explanation, that if he did read it, he just disassociated as because he was reading it, and then all that played out in his head, and so when we're at the end, they can just explain that they saw him just standing on the cliff. That would be how I do it. He was looking at the paper and just disassociated from everything.
Yeah, I think that would be the best fix for this, because right now it's way too many questions on how this whole scene is real or not real, and which parts are, if it is.
Yes,
with everything else in this film,
if what he's seen is false, then the reality of the cliff going down and going in the cave unwatched is an error, unless it plays into the thing where I said earlier where they're kind of unmorally like, if he dies, he dies, but at least he was trying to get to the truth to break him. But if it's all fake, then yeah, they need to explain what he actually was or where that night.
Yeah.
Because it plays off to everyone else just doesn't know. Dr. Cawley doesn't know. The warden doesn't know.
Yeah, and I guess spoiler, this is my biggest nick to this movie, is this cliff thing. Unless some one of you convert me to a later point. This was
well, I just go the paper on the cliffside. Chuck was never there. That's not his body, and it's a rock. So that paper didn't fly up from a dead body. It was always in possession of Teddy, possibly given to him by Chuck, because Teddy believes Chuck has it. So if Chuck gave it to him before he left to go to the lighthouse idea, then Teddy had it on him at all times.
I mean, he could have,
because otherwise,
again, that would
he's hearing lies come out of Chuck's mouth.
Yeah. Otherwise, again, that if that were true, it would need to be made explicit.
Because
Because
it could have fallen out of Chuck's pocket. Chuck could have left it by the cigarette for him to find.
the problem with a lot of most of the film up until this point, what are his hallucinations have been very clearly hallucinations. The waking nightmares, the dreams. So a lot, and when we get to the recontextualized point, the waking nightmares are what he's hallucinating. He's not hallucinating like real people that exist. You know what I'm saying? So like when he's bouncing back and forth with Dr. Cawley or Chuck, they aren't they're not twisted into his perception.
Yeah, there's no imaginary friend
Yeah.
scenario.
So that's kind of one of the things that helps distinguish reality from his hallucinations. And because this scene is depicted the way it is, I'm outside of the person in the cave, I'm kind of left with the conclusion that this is real, and I take problems with that because of how the rest of the films has functioned so far.
And when you say real, you
also-
mean his descent to the bottom.
Yeah, his descent to the bottom, like in him conveniently finding the paper and stuff like that. I'm not given enough evidence to assume otherwise, that this is all hallucinated in his head.
I'm also in agreement that the whole cliffside going down, going in the cave is real. What he sees, though, I think is all
Oh yeah,
hallucinatory.
no, yeah.
But it's just interesting that they do say like the gradual change into Teddy, and like at the beginning of this movie, he is like in that form of Teddy Daniels. But I don't know what point, like maybe just the idea of Chuck dying breaks his head of something like his partner's death or more death to him because of the Dolores in his past. And that's what's making like constant hallucinations.
Like the PTSD
It's,
is making the
hard to say.
hallucinations worse, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like just
I hear
being
that.
that the dead Chuck actually is a rock is like a 50-50 because there is a physical thing present. He just sees it differently already. But if that like cements like, oh, Chuck's dead, then like the paper and the clip thing is fabricated. The rats could be fabricated. The definitely quote unquote real Rachel in the cave is fabricated. And it just seems like an overabundant amount of hallucinations, which could just be triggered and caused because of a cared for death of someone.
Yeah, no, I don't have an issue with him all that being hallucinated. It seems like all it's real. My issue is the contention of them, the doctors allowing him to do this.
Yes, the morality of the doctors allowing just like unmanned, Chuck's not around or, anyone watching him, which
If
could
it's
lead into him falling off the cliff and dying.
Yeah, if it's real, it's an issue with the scientists. If it's all hallucination, it's an issue that they didn't describe it as such.
Yeah, it's an issue
Or
with the
if it's
depiction.
unexplained that they've done this before. That Teddy goes like, oh, there's a cave there. I know Rachel's in the cave kind of thing in the past experience. And it's like, okay, let's go to the cave. And they've gone and see that Teddy can actually do it and maneuver it. But that's unexplained.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are avenues to explain this. They just, unfortunately, this is one of the times where the film needed to be more explicit about what was happening in his head and differentiating from reality from his hallucinations later at the end.
I guess
let's
either
see.
way, this is one of those instances where it's like, if they do the right and form kind of tweak. It seems that either or there's a hiccup on it.
Yeah, you would have to make edits in order to kind of tighten up the scene and changes.
Yeah, there's an
Depending on
issue
which
whichever
way
way
you
you
want to play
extrapolate.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's have a Sprinks point.
I didn't know what it meant, so I did look up. The fake ritual brought up I don't know how to pronounce it, the Kafakusk genius. I didn't recognize that word, but it was a word that had like the AE in it kind of thing. And I went, okay, this is connected or something. So I did after watching, I did ask Crimson, being that he was, in charge of hosting this one, if I could look up some things being a first time and not like spoiling myself kind of thing. So I did look it up. Um, and what it is it's an actual word in the dictionary, but it's a characteristic of oppressive or nightmarish qualities of Franz Kafka's fictional world, which I'm not too familiar with.
I'm not familiar at all with. So I guess the writers did their research, which I think is pretty apparent throughout. Yeah,
Yeah.
good on them with that. I'm still blown away by that pen. I think that's wild. That's cool.
I also like the line brought up, I believe. I think it's also I just wrote down the line, but I think it's said by the, quote unquote real Rachel again, of survival instincts are defensive mechanisms, which is the whole back and forth usage of defensive mechanisms that Dr. Jeremiah said when he was first introduced.
Yeah, I mean, to extrapolate out even further, that's just the whole point of this. This is all to get through Teddy's defensive mechanisms because he's built this entire reality around himself.
Built a new persona.
Yeah.
For a
And
barrier.
that Teddy is a survival instinct then over Andrew Latus?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, I was gonna say that one of the other things that really liked about the scene is just how like when this scene is recontextualized as a hallucination, you can see how strong Teddy's defensive mechanisms really are because how well his hallucinations can convince him of the conspiracy because she goes into great detail about how and why things are the way they are. Like she has a pretty interesting story for herself as a character that Teddy invented and kind of like it's not supplanted, it's uh just like
circumvent everything.
Yeah, it's to circumvent like the whatever truth would be told to him later. It would be hard to get through to him because of everything the quote unquote real Rachel is telling him here. It's just doubling down on everything Teddy thought was to be real or true about where he is.
Yes, but in an unhealthy way, which I think is a good parallel between this one versus the Mausoleum one with Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the Chuck one is like continuing, like, okay, we'll do it together. We'll get this situation fixed of what Teddy's thinking of, but it's not putting anyone in danger. This Rachel one is saying everyone's in on it. Everyone's trying to get you. They put stuff in the food, kind of thing.
You smoking
So
their cigarettes?
My friend,
taking any pills?
You don't have a friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a defense mechanism because he's
good.
Yeah, good stuff. And it really just adds to how difficult it really is to reach Teddy because his mind can fabricate stuff like this. It would be like you're told like the answer to 2 + 2 is 4, but your mind comes up with like a page worth of mathematical equations to prove that 2 + 2 = 3.
Mm-hmm.
So there's so much that you have to do to break through to him as a character, and I think this scene is like the epitome of that.
Be careful there, writer. Don't tempt me.
Did I get 2 + 2 = 3?
Oh, I could probably put effort into doing that.
Yeah. A theory I had, which I'm pretty confident was disputed by the end, was Dr. Jeremiah rooting against the experiment, because when he brought up the was it they're dangerous, or I forgot the exact word he said.
Yeah,
violent.
they're dangerous. Yeah.
Men of violence, which obviously triggered Andrew, and as someone who has known him for 2 years, presumably he would know what buttons to push, and he chose to push that button. And then with the syringe scene, I was like, he's using the whole monster analogy, which would be very clear to Andrew he would be the monster of, and which he gets sedated for. So I was like, okay, this guy's either a bad psychologist or trying to ruin this. And by the end, I guess he was just in on it and fine with the risk of being sedated to get him to the lighthouse, I guess. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't think he was against
Yeah.
the experiment by the end of it, but I don't really know what his goal with the syringe was at that point. Because it looks like they wanted him to be at the lighthouse. They were ready and set for him to be at that lighthouse.
Well, do you think because of the overseer like kind of conversation with Cawley earlier of when Teddy's like, "Oh, just a cool question," kind of thing. Do you think at that point, like, just Jeremiah the whole time didn't believe that this would work? So he's always like prepared with that sedative to just like kind of take over of Cawley's experimentation to take Teddy out,
To take Teddy out?
or just kind of like end the experimentation, like he didn't fully believe into it, or maybe it went on too long.
I think more of his character would have to be established for that. As it is now, I guess I just see it as a safety precaution that was extrapolated to a scene where he saw Andrew as unhealthy, I guess. Maybe teetering on dangerous. But it would have been interesting if they had Jeremiah as like this antagonist behind the scenes trying to screw with it. But I don't think that's what they're doing.
Yeah. Again, I
If they
think.
tried, it was not enough.
No,
Yeah.
and the way this has been written for the most part, they're pretty darn good at setting that stuff up.
I for the syringe scene, I took that as obviously a self defense on the doctor's part as to why he would have that. Um, and because he knows what's in there, I think he'd be okay with risking being knocked out. Um, again, really lucky that Teddy didn't just like he's a violent patient that didn't slash his throat. So good on the faith in your patient, I guess, for that. But it's
Stab him in the eye
still a pretty big risk. Or like, cause he administers that syringe like pretty well, and it's not easy to do that on a whim. So I assume Teddy. It's not impossible that Teddy had some skills with it, but it's just uh, on the luckier end that it didn't cause any lasting damage.
Ryder, you got a point to jump to?
Let's see. I will jump back to the exchange with Dr. Cawley. It adds into like the paranoia of what he's feeling when he's asking the whole what partner stuff. But one of the things I like about the scene is how everyone is looking at Teddy now because of what happened. I like to imagine that in the meeting it was Dr. Sheehan catching everybody up on what's going on and how the experiment's going. So when they all dispersed, they were all questioning themselves what to do next. And Dr. Cawley is obviously the one that walks up. So that's kind of my interpretation. It was both a meeting to talk about someone getting violent against the patient, which was Teddy, and also Dr. Sheehan just catching everyone up because it would work in story well enough that way. And the meeting, you have the two versions to interpret the scene of when the doctor's talking about, I'm not going to let people take away my good work without putting up a fight. Could have been phrased better retrospectively because he's probably referring to the board of directors that they want to get more money from if this experiment works. But he should know how. Again, it's playing into Teddy's paranoia. So there's two. I guess those are the two interpretations I have of that dialogue.
Springs, you got a point on that statement?
No, not no. What Ryder said of like the point of just the wording of Dr. Cawley. I'm trying to think like at that point it's day 3 or day 2.
Day
they kind of
3
came in the night of, so day 3 of the experimentation. So getting a little harsher to trying to find a solution, I guess, works within.
Yeah. Like I said, the phrasing could have been a little bit better because it feels like he's purposely trying to be an antagonist, which at this point he should know that Andrew has pushed away his partner. So, like I said, it's again for me, it's going to tie into I guess my bigger arcing problem is just how far are they willing to go because clearly there are some moral limits that they're not willing to cross, but I'm still not sure, like on the boundaries of like their principles and how far they're willing to go. Because again, he's again feeding into Teddy's conspiracy. Only it's again not in a healthy way because Teddy doesn't have the support system in Dr. Sheen anymore.
Yes, unless their beliefs was that the solving of Rachel would, unless Dr. Cawley thought that solving Rachel would work, and it didn't. So now to continue on with a belief is more experimentation into like, kind of removing Chuck from being around to see how much more there is to aid to get Teddy to snap,
Yeah,
kind of
like I
thing.
said,
And it's all experiment, but now it's like gotten to the point of experimental more.
yeah, that's my interpretation of the scene.
Well, because we kind of touched on how Chuck was kind of hand holding him through a couple moments, so this would be the time to see if any of it stuck with him being independent, potentially. So there's that. Sprinks.
All I really have left, I think, for this act that hasn't been touched on is the warden picking up Teddy in the morning and his talk on kind of his religious beliefs on violence. I'm uncertain now, after finishing the movie, if that was fabricated in a way to just express to Teddy to see a reaction out of Teddy or how that would affect him, more so than the actual belief of the warden.
Hard to say because we don't really get a lot from the warden to really build what his character could really be. So whether or not this is in his character or outside his character, it's kind of hard to
Yeah,
deduce.
To tell.
it's hard to tell.
We haven't seen the warden be like a cruel, cynical person having like patients fight each other or anything.
Outside
No,
of
there's no coach in Airbud.
yeah, outside of this scene, I actually think most of the evidence points in the opposite direction, which is why it's all the more confusing. They didn't like flush him out a little bit more because he's present, like I said, in Ward C with them at the end with the two doctors. Like he's there with a smile on his face, like oh he's happy it worked.
Yeah. I will say, without this scene, this drive and talk about violence, I would have had the warden on my remove character list.
Whoa! I probably would have agreed with you.
Yeah, without this scene, I would have agreed with that too.
Then again, some could argue that just put these lines in someone else's mouth. Like give it to McPherson.
McPherson does kind of disappear, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think McPherson should be replaced by the warden. To be honest with you, but that's just me.
The warden could be the one to greet them instead. It's not horrible. Do you think that would be the one change if we wanted to remove the deputy?
I think so, because then warden wouldn't have any impact. I mean, he's impactful to the patients and the head kind of thing, so it's got to be he's well known, but his presence in the movie is not really doing anything, especially with the whole cliff talk we talked about. Wouldn't the warden, the main guy of security, have something to do with that?
Oh, are you arguing for the removal of deputy or warden right now?
Warden.
Oh, I was rooting for deputy.
Oh, I mean, I guess deputy removed.
I guess they're both interchangeable. Like my argument was having the warden greet them instead of deputy, but you're saying deputy do the drive instead of the warden.
I think, yeah.
I feel like the warden.
I like how McPherson's more welcoming, kind of thing,
mm-hmm.
and not necessarily like not a Lotso situation with a big twist, but I think it would be a little like, I don't know if it would see it as character damaging. We don't know much about McPherson, but if like he had that talk in the car, just like a real like kind of eye opener to who this guy is now on the island. I think that would be kind of not a full twist, but just something like did not see that coming sort of thing.
It would be out of character for what we understand of McPherson because he drives them around. He's the one that went out to find them in the storm. He's the one that
but then again, up to that point, if it's now being that he's under the control of Cawley, if it's now like a change, not a change in his character up to what we know, but if it's now not the role and actually himself.
Yeah, I
kind of
think
thing.
I think the warden's a better. I think the warden's. The reason I think the warden here is testing Teddy on behalf of Dr. Cawley is because Dr. Cawley and the warden would have been working together far longer than he and McPherson, so they would be on a more similar page.
I guess, and it would.
And if it
Not
did,
bring up the question if it was the warden. It's like, why is there a deputy warden, not a warden present in the movie, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas the other way around, you don't. Why would
Don't
you
really
question a deputy warden?
Yeah.
the other part of it is, and I think the reason that the warden would have volunteered for this, and this is definitely ascribing a character trait onto him, is because if all this proved that Teddy was violent and Teddy, let's say, lashed out, I think the warden would volunteer for that because he wouldn't want to risk the lives of his officers.
It's reading into his character on that one.
Yeah, I know that's fully reading into the character. I wrote that in my head, but
I know I said earlier how like the warden, if you allow the cliff thing, why would he not be? Like he should be in charge of that whole safety maneuver. He is the first one to find Teddy, kind of like the next day, like to pick him up. So is that just like happenstance and coincidence that he's the one to pick up Teddy, or was he actually that close, knowing Teddy's whereabouts, kind of thing?
Well, it gets into the hypothetical, like, what if he was on the cliff looking and was just daydreaming the whole night, right, or zoned out, and Warden was just there watching it, making sure he didn't go off the cliff or something.
Yeah,
I guess there's a lot of the hypotheticals that they don't. We already discussed how they don't define. He could have been there the whole night watching over him, or he could have just showed up right there and then. I guess don't really know. Let's see. Was anyone else have anything? That was it for you, Springs, right?
that was it for this act. Yes.
Yeah. Ryder, were you out?
I'm looking through my notes right now.
All right, I'll go with one.
Okay.
I referenced a shot that I really liked, and it was in this one. It was the spiral staircase shot. I'm pretty sure it was in this one. Never mind. No, it's not. It's in the next one.
No,
Scratch
that's in
that.
the lighthouse.
That's the lighthouse.
That's in the
dude.
lighthouse. I mixed it with the
Ward C.
place. Yeah. Never mind. That'll be my starting point on the next act. Ryder, go ahead.
Ward C just looked like something out of Silent Hill.
Funny enough, I thought I saw Ward C as kind of like at least the part where he was being choked out by the prisoner. That reminded me to where Bane and Batman fought in The Dark Knight Rises. A little bit.
The sewers?
Yeah, it had a little bit of that feel to me. My last point was I like that Teddy just plays into the question. He was like, "What partner?" Like he just kind of bounces. It's one of Teddy's defensive mechanisms that they're consistent with it. He always turns a question that was asked to him back onto who asked the question. So him asking back what partner when he realized that in his mind something bad had happened to Chuck. And my other last point, haha.
My other last point,
I know, was they show him how he snuck past the guy on the phone after the shower. Like they show a shot of him having taken off his shoes, I think.
Yeah, and to get his clothes.
To get his clothes and stuff like that.
Or the tie, whatever.
Yeah, it's weird that he didn't get his the rest of his Teddy clothes, which bugged me a little bit. But I guess the outfit he's currently wearing would blend him in a little bit more, and it makes sense because the tie is a memento. So that would be what that's what he risks it for.
Always ugly.
Yeah. And that is it for Act 3 for me.
On to the final act, Act 4, which ends at the end. So,
is that how that works? Okay.
Surprise.
It is, yeah. And I'll start with me. There's this kind of spiral staircase somewhere in this film. It might be in this act.
You should have mentioned it before, man.
You've never brought it up yet.
With a kind of cool camera shot where it follows him up the stairs and it keeps him pretty centralized in the shot, and it's very smooth. It's very smooth how they did it. So thumbs up. That was my favorite shot. I don't have much more to go with it. So
Okay.
let's go with Sprinks.
It was a decent shot. I'll go with that. I don't think I praise it as much as you do, though. Let's see. I touched on earlier how you brought up the rising sun is the clarity thing.
Yeah.
And we see in the last scene that it's Teddy again. Andrew's formed back into Teddy, and Chuck looks at Cawley and says, like shakes his head, didn't work. And the line of Teddy saying that to live as a monster or die as a good man, and then get up and go without promptly like asking or Chuck telling him he did it on his own, leaving Chuck, made me go with he knows what he is doing. Teddy is in control, or Andrew's in control, that he'd rather die as Teddy.
Well, you went for the big one there. I agree. I think that's what they were implying with that, and even Chuck, I guess, his reaction to is like he caught on to there might be something with that line. So I do think Andrew was fully cognizant at this point.
I agree. I think it's one of the things the film I was going to say does really really well, but I think they did a good job of it. They do enough to imply that Andrew is fully cognizant and he would rather die as Teddy than live as
Agreed
Andrew.
to be Andrew.
Yeah. And I think that's fitting for him because he's so when he gets lobotomized, he gets to lose all those memories, and I think he'd prefer that to just kind of restart himself or reset.
Yeah, the only thing I had negative towards it that I wrote was how selfish it was. And it's not really against or for his character to be selfish. That kind of concept never really gets tested in this, his selfish levels. Because he tanked the experiment by doing that. He killed it. Any future people getting fixed this way, he axed. So I guess it comes down to what you guys view him as a character, if that's within his character to axe the program or not.
Yeah. He had no care about the program.
So that again, that ties into I guess one of my issues I have as well is that no care about the program. I am okay with him making this choice, but I think he would clearly distinguish between like, hey, it worked. Congratulations. I can't live with myself. I'm still choosing the lobotomy. So like he could have made that distinction for them.
And there's the risk of them saying, no, you're too important. We need you as evidence. We need to study you and see if you stay or you relapse. Then it would be a.
Yeah,
then he's a guinea pig after that.
Yeah, if we saw some semblance of that, then I can buy into him lying his way to get to this point. Like him playing up the fact that he doesn't remember so that he could get lobotomized. But the doctors never come across to me as like explicitly they're all guinea pigs, The whole point of this was kind of be proof that they're not.
I mean, once he's proven a success, then he would have turned into something to study, right? That was the point.
I guess it depends, but again, I never got that impression from Dr. Cawley or Dr. Sheen that they ever saw him that way, or they would ever want to see him that way. They're like, okay, cool, we did this, now we can repeat the experiment on somebody else to see if it works.
Yeah, but you'd have to study it to see if it's a permanent fix. That's what they wanted.
Well, yeah.
They even talked about how they did it once and he relapsed. But if he's like, okay, it works now, can you kill me? They probably wouldn't be for that. They'd probably want to study him longer.
You'd have to do both, because obviously doing repeat experiments on the same person doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get the results you want for your study. You'd conduct that same study on other people. So Latest was the first person they tested on because he was the most violent and most like deluded, I guess, within his self-delusion. But they would have immediately moved on to testing other patients, even with a semblance of it working. Because you'd have to do repeat experiments. It's not a valid study if you don't.
True.
So I definitely can see the guinea pig aspect into it, but again, that's something they would have to make more explicit on the part of the doctors, whether that latest would have become that, or they would distinguish him from it. Like he was the first one, now they got to move on to the second one, kind of thing.
Well, or his perception of how he would be treated. Wouldn't necessarily have to be the doctors.
That's
Just
true.
be
His
how he would
perception,
perceive
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Which they don't have anything for that either. If they had a line by air quote real Rachel in the cave, highlighting some fear of having no self control or something, right? Maybe that would help towards that. Being forced into things.
Mhm.
Writer.
I know he's crazy, so I'm gonna put that in quotes, I guess. It bothered me that he blew up a car to distract guards from following him when all it did was bring guards toward him.
It made them turn to his direction.
I agree with the why did he stay and watch?
Yeah, that to me
Because
is
his hallucinations of the Rachels.
yeah.
Or,
That's
well, one was Rachel, the other was.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
his daughter and wife.
I mean,
but
like what he did is he hid behind a tree. He was intending to stay there through the explosion instead of running
yeah,
off. That was my biggest
the
issue.
voices didn't stop them.
Yeah.
Stop him to turn around and like look at him kind of thing. Like he turned to look at the car and they, Dolores was there and Rachel walked up, but
Yeah. So you get some defense, I guess, for your character being literally clinically insane, but this was just came off to me as a little bit odd because they show everyone going in his direction when it would have worked if he like immediately left and like the tie acted as a pseudo
yeah.
timer to blow up
He's
the car.
also still in the role of Teddy.
Yeah.
So it's Teddy breaking down, but it's not like Andrew now just having a meltdown.
Yeah.
And we've established he's a smart crazy.
Yeah. We've established he's a smart crazy. So I take some issue with, I guess, him hiding behind a tree instead of like, I mean, I get it, you want to shield each other explosive, but you could have just run as far as you could because you knowing that the explosion would attract all the people to it instead of waiting for it to go off and then running off. Because
Yeah, but the purpose of it is to show Dolores and Rachel being connected somehow and the explosion not harming them.
yeah,
Which is
like
a cool look
yeah,
of the fire like going through and they're totally fine, but
yeah, like I said, I do like that part of the scene, but I have to acknowledge that it's a bit flawed. They did it for the visual, and I'm okay with that.
I think they did it for the sake that the whole movie is through the point of view of Teddy or, Andrew's eyes. And if Teddy ran away, it would be breaking that continuity of showing a hallucination that's to the audience to see when Teddy's not around to see it.
Yeah. Yeah, up to that point. How do you guys think the grand reveal went? Because it's like 35 minutes or something like that. 30 minutes. Explanation with the flashback. I kind of encompass that as the reveal. How do you guys think they did?
So
I think they did very. Oh, go ahead, Ritter.
yeah, so when you say reveal, do you mean like getting to the lighthouse, or do you mean when he bursts in and sees Dr. Cawley?
Once he bursts in, talking to the doctor, plus the flashback, I kind of count that as the reveal of events. So
Walk in the room with baby, why are you so wet?
yes. Okay, I guess Sprinks, you're gonna jump first.
I think it was very good. I know it's lengthy, but it does explain a lot of questionable ends. It didn't answer all of them, however. For me, there's still things we touched on that didn't fully reveal. But I do think it was very good, very engaging, very clever. It did open up one big question to me. I know they killed Dolores because she's crazy for killing her kids, and there's no treatment for her because she dies. But the question is, what made her break? What made her snap? Was there any lead up to their love life or anything for Dolores to do such an act? Was she crazy when they got married, kind of thing? Like that was the big question to me. Of like, I know it's for the story because the whole point of view is onto Andrew, but that's just something that necessarily kind of feels shoehorned in to make the story work.
There's an implication. I don't remember the line, but there's an implication that she was having problems already in her, like, it wasn't that she was hearing voices in her brain, but she felt like she had something crawling in her
She
brain.
felt bugs in her brain.
Yeah, a bug, an insect pulling wires.
Yeah.
Um,
And
I forgot. Continue your thought.
yeah, I mean, like, so there's a few other explanations. It could have been a tumor. We're just not. It's just not really clear on what happened to her. But they give something. Like Andrew knew something was wrong, but he didn't think it was that wrong.
Yeah, there was a line at some point, and I can't remember who Andrew said it to. Or it might not even been Andrew saying. I just remember the line um, about everyone around him was warning him about her, but he didn't acknowledge it. And then yeah, you had the insect in the head thing. So I don't know if it was a gradual thing or if she was always off or what. Obviously, at the point of the bug in the head is when he said he started blatantly ignoring it or not acknowledging it. So they don't explicitly answer her turning point if she even had a turning point.
Okay. To
Well,
me,
what
it
do you
kind
think
of
on it?
it felt like the feeling like how the two of you put with the George Noyce scene. I just felt like that kind of thing was just kind of plopped to make it work.
It's fair. I mean, I think it would have been smoother if they gave a little bit more of an explanation of her either shift or gradual.
Maybe a
They
little
didn't
more
know explain what
montage of
it is.
your flashback to just see some things that were off about her, kind of possibly gradually. Like maybe the wedding was fine, but something was maybe possibly happened then, or maybe on like their second kid, something occurred, or
Yeah, maybe
like
she
just
had.
little background hints.
Yeah, like maybe she had schizophrenia. We don't know. It's just like something that was not necessarily always there. It's just something that got worse.
Yeah,
Uh,
just like
I
hey, crazy husband's wife was, you guessed it, crazy.
so yeah, I agree with you, Springs. Would have been nice to have something a little bit more to smooth out that the reasoning behind her insanity, I guess.
I do think that would be better, but I do think it is sufficient what we do have. I don't think it's required
Yeah, it would be a
based off
nice it
the
would be a
movie,
Well,
nice way
but it would
to
be
wrap it
better.
up. It-
yes, it does play more into this is the point of view that Andrew got of his wife,
It's
and
what
it's
he
not
knows.
changing
yeah,
that.
it's what
Yeah,
he knows.
Yeah.
Because he might never have known because he cracked probably right after he killed her. So
We don't really have
yes,
a
but
time frame from that, right?
we
We know
don't.
he was locked up for 2 years in the asylum, but we don't know murder to asylum time, right?
no, but it was probably within a week.
Actually,
I
Depending
we
on how
don't know
far it
about
actually
was.
that.
actually we
You'd have to
might
do like
actually
legal
we might.
investigations.
So we might have the time scale because he said his wife died in 51, right? Or his wife died in 52.
Oh, that's right. Spring of 52.
Yeah,
Yeah.
his wife died in the spring of
So I guess it
52.
was within the year
Yeah,
of
we're at Boston
being
Harbor
locked up.
Islands, 1954. 2 years later, after being convicted for 2 years.
Okay, yeah. So there's the time frame.
So yeah, all right. Within a year span, I guess, but certainly less than a year. All right. I, for one, I think they did a very good job with it. I'm glad that there was enough to be verbally stated because I'm all for show and tell, but sometimes flashbacks can be used as a crutch,
Yeah,
to be like, see, we laid the crumbs, but if there's enough for you to be told and you can click to it, then I think it's strong enough.
yeah.
I don't know. The
My
first thing coming to mind, like, is Prestige. You get flashbacks. I don't think it's bad or good for it in the Prestige example, but that one does do the flashback of looking back at how things were different.
Yeah,
without
my
giving
my
clues for it.
biggest fear is usually when you get to the twists or the reveal, your film becomes oversaturated with flashbacks or retelling of events. I'm looking at Ryan Johnson's films. So like they it's a useful tool that's often overused, which is why I appreciated this film's willingness to just have the dialogue about it and then reserve the flashback for the important beat that we needed to see as an audience.
Yeah.
Um,
And pretty darn good flashback of just the killings. Like, I guess post killings, one killing. amend every statement. Ugh. All right. Let's go Springs. Our writer was about to say something.
Yeah, well, I never really gave my full opinion on the reveal.
Oh,
so
sorry.
No, it's all right. I'm never subscribed to the belief that like there needed to be a time limit on a wrap up. Usually, it's usually depending on the story you need to tell, how lengthy you need to have your wrap up / epilogue / reveal, your conclusion, what have you. So while it is long, I don't think at any point it felt like it was dragging on. There was always an element of the scene being added, like we learned the meaning of the note that he found with the law of four, and then eventually when it devolves into like the experiments and Andrew being accusing of him of like taking his partner away from him, they introduce Dr. Sheehan. So like you keep getting adding on more and more to the pressurization to the realization of the twist. So it does feel like it's ramping up to the point where he does hallucinate, like getting his gun back and shooting Dr. Cawley, even though it's a fake gun.
Yes, there's no
like that.
boring explanation.
Yeah, they do a good job of making the dialogue really, really like just very impactful.
I guess in a comparison to what we've covered, like the explanation to Zurg in Lightyear.
Boo.
And how that kind of droned on a little.
Yeah. I can agree with that. That scene did drag on quite a bit. So they do a good job of keeping the dynamism of the scene. And honestly, when you have heavyweight actors like this in one room, it's sometimes just fun to watch them play off of each other. So there's a lot going for both the writing in this scene and the actors being able to play off of it. And again, just making it, despite the length of it, making it interesting so you never were, not bored is not the right word, but you were never pulled out for it being too long.
You didn't like half an hour.
You didn't check your watch, you know?
Yeah. However, I'm trying to think of another example, but something we haven't touched on. It reminds the explanation to the reason for the dream in Inception of like the
which one?
Cillian Murphy's reason for like the windmill thing. To me, that whole purpose of that scene reminds me of just kind of dragging on a little. Not the whole like heist bit of Leo and the group
but just
getting to what they need to do, but the explanation of the windmill kind of talk. I don't know. Maybe that's a bad example, but
I sort of see what you're saying. But obviously, Cillian Murphy at that point was a character who needed a quick wrap up / conclusion, and that was the best way to do that. Because obviously, for that story, they wanted to change who he was by showing the windmill to him, because that's what his father truly cherished. They cherished him, not the business.
Yeah.
You know?
But the bed scene of the hospital or makeshift hospital bed, and then the like standing thing where the dad's standing there talking conversation, and then the flashbacks to the windmill as a kid, and like all that like good story. But I just think that's a grandiose like Nolan look, like ooh the shot looks good kind of thing.
I don't remember the windmill flashback scene to a kid. Is there an extended version of the movie that was in?
I don't think so. I thought it was like the cutback of like him as a kid with the windmill. I don't think his dad's in the shot, but it's like close up of the kid's hand.
I don't remember the movie.
I don't remember the kid's hand. I just remember him crying when he pulls the windmill out, and then the music. Yeah, when the music is just picking up, and
that might be a bad example. Haven't covered on the pod and broken it down, but
yeah, I don't remember the scene, but so I guess not. Potentially a good example.
And then you know what? You got other movies that you want this scene like in Shutter Island of this whole explanation thing, and they don't have it like in Men.
What the heck is Jeff?
Yeah, we got nothing from that one. So there's a range of like how to tell a conclusion or to give a satisfactory explanation to a
Reveal.
twist or a reveal. And believe me, I'm sure we'll cover a bunch of that later on at some point in the podcast. But it was for this one, it worked really well. The reveal of it, and it didn't drag on because everything they were saying was either important to the story that had been told or clarifying in something that already happened. And again, they didn't rely on flashbacks for it. That's for me. It's just that you don't have to handhold your audience through everything, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
Sprinks, you got
A little. The psychological break, I guess, of Andrew could merit it into something that parents aren't supposed to do, but it does seem that Rachel is his favorite kid.
you jumped onto a point. I wish it was just one kid. Though the two sons totally got sidelined in this whole movie.
Yeah.
They don't get hallucinations.
They don't get names.
They don't get coddled like she did while drowning. He just slumps them over the shoulder. I wish it was just
Crimson.
one.
Uh-oh. Are the two sons removable characters?
I would agree if they were characters, but I don't count them as. Like you said, they don't even have names. They don't have speaking
They don't
lines.
have. Yeah.
They're nothing. So removable props.
Actually, they don't. They don't even move.
Removable props.
So, yeah, the two boys get them out of here. It also struck a question I had of how did she manage to drown all three of them? That seems like a
said that she did it
task.
one by one.
Yeah, they say the explanation is she did it one at a time. She got them up, I think, in the middle of the night, like woke them up one at a time and drowned them one at a time.
Oh, okay, that could work if they were sleeping.
Did they say it was at night?
There was something. Andrew got back, and he said a line of like a case or something for the past 10 hours, maybe on his rifle of like what his marshal thing was he worked on when he got home. And he saw Dolores on the swing, so the kids could have been in that water all night. Possibly.
She was still wet.
That's fine. She could still be wet. I mean, I guess the implication.
She could have gone back in the water, but
yeah, I guess the implication is that she drowned them like just before he arrived, huh?
She was still dripping. It wasn't just like wet. She was dripping still.
Yeah.
So it would have been pretty recent, I would imagine. And the fish didn't get at him yet. So yeah, one kid. That's all we need. We just need one kid. We don't need three.
It would help.
They didn't even care that there was three. So
yeah, but it would really strengthen the whole like Rachel situation, looking for a Rachel and all that, without ever bringing up the other two kids' names. Like, why isn't Andrew or Teddy ever
one of them's
curious
called
about
Chuck?
that?
Why is one of them could have been named Chuck?
That's not.
But that's not stated. That's nothing. So, yeah. Issue. Don't like it. Get it out of here.
It's just one of those things that's just missed.
Absolutely missed.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It just felt like extra fluff. It makes it more tragic, sure, but it's just. Well, I guess it's just a little off.
Either got to build up the boys or get rid of them.
Actually,
and I don't think there's really room to build them up either.
Yeah, I don't think there's room to build up
one kid.
It would help to Chuck potentially because Lester Sheehan is not an anagram of Chuck Ale. So I don't know how they got Chuck Ale as a name.
Yeah, I don't know. Don't know how they got that. Let's see. Let's go with a writer.
All right. I'm just skimming my notes right now because there's a lot to talk about broadly, but I'm trying to find something like specific. The rifle being empty. Good touch. Little tiny detail. Really appreciated it. I think the only thing that bothered me about it is I think he might have noticed if he wasn't losing it.
I mean, he
or if it would
pictured
have
a
shot.
toy gun.
Yeah.
He pictured a toy gun being a real
Yeah, like I said,
gun.
like I said, it's a minor thing, and so because he's able to picture a toy gun being real, like with its dent and the weight of it or whatever, because it's a toy that they've let him have for a long time. That yeah, I'm fine with him not realizing the gun was loaded, but I appreciate that the gun wasn't loaded to begin with. Like it just shows that their commitment to the I guess the bit for the fiction.
The gun the guard has, is it different from the one he had in the war?
Huh?
Or is it the same gun?
I mean,
you mean like model, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, they were rifles, but I don't know if it's the same type of rifle.
It looked the same. I'd have to rewatch to tell you if they are the same.
Okay, because that could go into what you just said, Ryder, if he like knew the weight of the bullets, kind of thing. He's so used to it. But
it could have been a Springfield, but it looked like a Springfield anyway. But I'm not 100% sure.
I did like the ding sounds we were getting with the fire squad scene. It was nice sounds.
Indeed, it was.
Yeah, you two are very big on the spring-loaded sounds and stuff.
I mean, there's a reason why I play a sniper in Battlefield 1. I like the ping every time I watch an enemy fall.
Battlefield 1?
The best ping in a video game with a rifle is in Medal of Honor Rising Sun. That's got the best.
You brought it up. Yeah.
So good. What were we talking about?
I
went on to dings.
Yeah, I was talking about I like the detail of the gun being empty.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, that was good detail. Another one of those examples of being risky because he could have severely hurt the guy. Obviously not by shooting him, but
what would have happened if he fired?
He chucked him onto the ground. He probably would have envisioned blood everywhere, like the
blood
pistol.
Spatter.
But the guy was lying on the ground, so he would have been perceived as dead, right?
Yeah,
that would have been interesting if it played it off like he blew his brains out, and we see Teddy go to the lighthouse, but we see the guard get up and walk away in the back.
It'd be a little preemptive on the. It would downplay the revolver.
It wouldn't have. Yeah, it would have made the revolver shot, but yeah,
that would have been cool. I think him knocking the guard out instead works better with his convictions. Because he's trying to not be. He does not into killing anymore. He's past that.
Yeah. Teddy's not the one who got locked up.
For when he imagines the death of Dr. Cawley, he was pushed to do that, like hardcore. Yeah.
Severely egged on.
Severely egged on.
I don't know if it's an error necessarily. It's just something that wasn't really shown, but it did make me question. If to get to the lighthouse has to be at low tide in order to like go across the rocks, and that's how they get patients into the lighthouse kind of thing. And when he's with Chuck on the cliff, it's high tide, that's why he can't get out there, or he's on the wrong side of the cliff kind of thing. When he decides to dive into the water to get to the lighthouse, I thought that was a bit too much, like a little scary kind of thing. Like if it needs low tide to walk across, wouldn't a dive be like, oh, he'll bash his head on rocks kind of thing?
It kind of depends where he dove. Did we see?
We never saw it low, did we?
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't really know how deep it is.
But we're played with. There's a path to get there on low tide.
Yeah, but we don't know how high.
Was a little drastic.
High tide is. I mean, you could perceive it as drastic. I mean,
especially for the unknown.
But he wasn't. It wasn't in the direct path though. Wasn't he kind of like to the side? It wasn't like a straight on to the lighthouse.
That's if the path is straight on. I don't know. No one knows what the path looks like. That's why I thought the dive is pretty risky.
Yeah, I'll just say it's risky. I'll leave it at that. Risky move. And a question I was going to have, because I brought it up, the final shot was the lighthouse. Is that actually where they do lobotomies?
No,
we never see anything.
I am not subscribing to that at all.
Yeah, it might just be a lighthouse. So
no, it's an empty lighthouse.
I genuinely think it's an empty lighthouse, and they're just using it to play into the fantasy because that's where Teddy started. That's where Teddy suspects everything
Yeah,
is.
and as you can see, not the easiest thing to get to.
Yeah. I have no idea how Dr. Cawley got there. I just assume he took like a boat across. Same for Dr. Sheehan.
Yeah,
They just
like
have a
little
little
dinghy.
rowboat to go across somewhere
Oh,
in the
I
way.
could have been that they were there on low tide. Well, I guess Chuck had to. The water was risen for Ted to get over, so unless Chuck was hiding somewhere, but I just figured Dr. Cawley was there with low tide to get over, and just knew Teddy would be aimed to go there and find him.
Rowboat, low tide, helicopter. I'm sure there's plenty of
There's
ways.
plenty of ways. I just find it amusing that I just find it amusing that Dr. Cawley's just sitting there twiddling his thumbs for like an hours and hours on end, waiting for Teddy to make his way over.
Come on, Teddy. I thought you were better
Actually,
than this.
Chuck, yeah, they got over there using the two twins from Bioshock Infinite.
Oh, I see. That makes way more sense. So before the standoff, like the last standoff where he tries to shoot Dr. Cawley, I actually quite like how gentle the two doctors are trying to coax him. Like they're talking him down slowly, and I like that how like genuine they're both being with him up front, and they're not trying to hurt him. And obviously this culminates in one last ditch attempt to kind of uphold the fantasy with his gun. But again, I just appreciate the Doctor characters. They're not trying to
Be violent.
They're not trying to be violent towards him. They're not trying to be demeaning towards him because they know he's smart and that he's brilliant, and they're trying to uphold that fact about him. And it goes, and again,
It's actually a sense of them possibly being depressed that it didn't work.
yeah, honestly, it's for them. It's tragic because they've put all this effort into just trying to save one man's life, which I actually very much appreciate because it shows how much like the moral conviction, I guess, of the doctors.
We had a movie take place at an asylum, and there was no bad doctors. There's no like weird corrupt guy or anything. They were actually like decent people.
Do you think that's needed, Crimson?
No, it's just an observation because I'm running through like video games and TV shows and movies, and there's always at least like one corrupt or weird doctor, if not
And
more.
this wasn't Outlast.
Wasn't that last? It wasn't Arkham Asylum.
Unless you want to count the warden by his conversation in the car. But then again,
And
that plays into
he's
if
a
that
little
was real or
weird.
not.
It's a little weird, but he's not bad.
Plus, you
So,
you could theoretically have enough excuse to reason why Cawley would ask him to have that conversation.
Yeah, to test him. So yeah, no, it was just an interesting observation that we got an asylum film where all the doctors were actually decent people.
It's so nice. It's so refreshing. I'm usually like I'm that person who's like I'm not as much as I enjoy stuff like the hero's journey and the archetypal stories. I'm not like a big proponent of like a story needs to have a specific character archetype with it. I mean,
A creepy, not creepy corner
yeah, kinda.
in a gay relationship.
Yeah. Felma. I'm trying to think of an example, and funny enough, the first thing that's coming to my mind is Batman and the Joker. Like Batman doesn't necessarily need the Joker to be a part of his story. He just adds an element that everyone finds extremely interesting to Batman's story, which is why he's always there. But like Batman doesn't necessarily need the Joker to function as a character on like. So that's kind of what I'm trying to say is.
Oh, touching on the Lego Batman story.
Yeah, a little more broadly speaking, because everyone there's people who have said that like if you're telling a Batman story, you need to have the Joker somewhere in that story, and I don't think you necessarily need to have the Joker in Batman's story. It's just
I agree.
He's often a fascinating like facet, which is why everybody likes to have him involved in the story.
It's like
Batman created the Joker. Joker did not create Batman.
Yeah. So my point is with this is like you don't necessarily need to have a crazy doctor in an asylum story. But a lot of people like having a crazy doctor in an asylum story because it just adds to the fear factor, it adds to the sense of uneasiness. And I think the film does a good enough job without that to build that sense of unease and the tension without ever needing to kind of fall back onto a typically relied upon trope of a crazy doctor.
Yes, a point I have with the doctors like talking him into reason, I guess, into this reality, was the line of, "Are you going to deny that she lived?" I think that's probably my favorite line in this because of how much punch came out of it. That would be like the go-to delivery or line to convert somebody of a delusion. I feel
Yeah.
out of like someone they love, anyways, a
Yeah.
daughter.
And I like that her. I mean, she, as you much as you said, Springs, that she's playing favorites. Uh, that his daughter is like would be the thing that pulls him back from the delusion. Just accepting the fact that she existed instead of being a figment of his imagination is, I think, is a great touch. So yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Very, very powerful line.
Right, Springs, point please.
The only point I think I have left here is that the wife being shot in the gut corresponds to then the dream one with the water turning to blood.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. All right, yeah, that's good. Good little tie-in. Ryder, how many have you got?
Let's skim through. Don't really comment on acting much because that's not really my purview, but I've commented on it a few times. Leonardo DiCaprio, stellar actor, does a very good job conveying anguish over his dead kids.
Yeah, I think this is my favorite Mark Ruffalo role. Definitely better than Banner, better than his role in Eternal Sunshine. I feel like there's another thing I've seen him in.
Have you seen Collateral?
No,
Have you seen Now You See Me?
I have. Yeah, did not like him. I did not like him in that. Oh yeah.
I like
Have you
him
seen
in.
Poor Things?
What things?
Poor Things?
No.
The Emma Stone movie?
Mm-mm. No. So yeah, I mean, Mark Ruffalo is pretty low on my actor list, but this I actually liked his. I liked his role. I think he did well.
Yeah, I liked him in Now You See Me, but I felt like he was playing himself, not really a. The twist. My issues with
Well,
that character is the twist, and um, and then obviously No Miss Banner. But yeah, I think this is up there for me in terms of Mark Ruffalo performances. I know there's one movie that was a new one that came out, new one that came out a couple years ago that I haven't seen.
oh, I'm like his newest one is going to be Mickey 17 in a couple weeks.
He was in one of the chick flicks. Is he in 27 Dresses or
He's in 13
13 on
going on 30.
30? Yeah. Okay.
There was
Yeah.
a Dreamscape movie that he was a part of that it wasn't Eternal Sunshine of Spotless Mind. It was another one that came out more recently that I I only have heard about the movie because he talked about it with Robert Downey Jr. in an interview on Actors, but I don't remember the name of the
Oh,
movie.
oh, is it that weird like shading looking movie?
Yeah, I haven't seen
Like
that
it's
one.
really like cell shaded look or something to it.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see that one because I know it's a very, very abstract film, and I haven't had the opportunity to see it. I kind of want to see what he does in that because I know it's going to be a very, very bizarre role for him. That's pretty much all I know about it.
And then Kingsley is Kingsley.
Oh, hang on, but before we go past it, Sinister is gonna blow a fit if we don't say Zodiac.
Ah, yeah, there you go. Movie I haven't seen.
Oh,
Yeah.
for Mark Ruffalo, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at
Kingsley
his repertoire.
used to being bad guys, actually. I feel like a lot of the roles I see him in, it's bad
Oh, is
guy.
the Mandarin a bad guy?
He's a bad character, but
Oh, sorry, Trevor.
yeah. Yeah.
terrific actor.
Yeah, Ben Kingsley, great actor. Good to see him in a, I guess, a more positive role than a villainous one.
Any other Mark Ruffalo's pop out, Springs, since you're looking? They're pretty much covered the big ones.
No, pretty much got the big ones.
All right. Then Springs. Yeah, actually, you said you're out. The water was the last thing you had. Okay. Ryder, was that your last one, or did you have more?
I had a couple. I like the reveal of Rachel having been a nurse. It's very, very simple. It's done really quickly. She's just there in the room with them in Ward C. And then she leaves.
I recognize that face.
Exactly.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's very simple reveal, and I appreciate that. Um,
Mhm.
and then I I'm trying to think if I got anything more than that, because I think I just appreciate what I have left to say is just to appreciate the interactions between the characters without necessarily needing to dive into specifics. That um you get the sense of a relationship that Andrew has with the Doctor when he's actually being Andrew Latis, when he's like, "You never gave up on," and he says in the fact that the Doctor never gave up on him. And I think to me that was that speaks to a lot of, I guess, the mutual respect that they have for each other, because of how hard the Doctor works to try and save Andrew, and how hard Andrew, I guess, how much it took out of Andrew to realize how hard he was working at him.
Yeah, do you guys think when he got back his Andrew self that he remembered the uh other teddies? There we go. I call the name. Or just the last teddy he was.
I don't even necessarily if he say that he remembers the last Teddy he was.
I just the recent Teddy, I think is what he remembers. I don't know if he remembers the one before that. Just because of the way the scene described on, because he's like, you just reset like a cycle, like it was simple, so simple. Is how the Doctor pointed out. So
Because
I'm
if we're going at the end, he retained his Andrew self, he would have to acknowledge Ted's self to fake being Ted. So
yeah,
he's got to remember at least the last one.
yeah. So I think I do think he's
Well, possibly.
Do you want to dive more into
I'll
possibly?
just go
Or?
possibly because this experimentation of the role play is new, and this is kind of their last hope to see a change in him. And if he doesn't know the previous Teddy versions, the last point of being conscious enough of Andrew inside him to be Teddy to make the decision to go and die could be the change of the experimentation worked somehow.
Okay, I guess that would get into the possible plot as you designated.
Yeah, because if this is the one change to cause that, being the whole movie you watch this Teddy didn't have that at all. And the only difference is this is the only one of a cycle to use this experiment.
Alrighty. I guess my last point was the music leading up to the lighthouse. It was going hard. It was going quick, and then right when you open the door, it cuts.
Cuts off. Yeah.
and then
And
he
then I think
starts
when we're
searching for
partially up the stairs, it started going back up again. But
Mhm.
I liked the hard cut.
I like
They
again
kind of have the same thing. Oh, go ahead, Ryder.
yeah, I was going to add on. I like the hard cut when he gets to the Doctor's office in there, or the room.
I was gonna say they
Oh,
kind of do the same
mhm.
thing earlier in the movie when they're in the car driving up to the gates, um,
Yeah.
and that like that going forward zoom shot. The music's getting tenser until they
I couldn't
get
even
there and the gates open.
I couldn't even tell what instrument was being used. It sounded interesting. It was an interesting sound,
I think it was a
Possibly
but
horn.
it
could
was
be
definitely ramping
uh,
up.
knowing this movie could have been played in reverse.
Sure, could have been. It was definitely distinct. Alrighty. Anything else before our ratings?
Last thing I have that I don't think was touched on, when Chuck is standing at the cliffside with Teddy and he's going to go to the lighthouse before Chuck disappears or quote unquote dies, he re-questions Chuck about the weather in Portland, and I think that was like cool to know. Like, is he trying to catch Chuck in a lie from the
Oh
boat
yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
earlier? Like going back to that line, and I'm like, clever that Chuck's still in this character kind of thing, and he
Chuck's
doesn't wave
still
it
in
off of the
character,
importance of Teddy.
and yeah, and Teddy's still a smart interrogator trying to
Yeah,
trip up.
so I did like that callback line.
A good use of thoughtful echo, as we like to call it.
Alrighty,
I
well,
think
let's
I'm done. Yeah.
jump straight into our ratings, starting with Springs.
Oh boy, I'm gonna go first. Let's see. Let's start with my subjective. This movie, first time watch, decent, engaged, entertained, um, like the mystery, like the detective work onto an audience to play along to see what's off because the movie starts off being off. I think so. You're trying to make sense of what's going on in an audience perspective of reality and something that's fabricated reality, which I think is very fun to play with to an audience. It's engaging in that way and not necessarily interactive, but just to play along. So that really tickled me. The reveal, again, I think it was really fun, very good. Uh, yeah, overall, it's a movie I definitely would watch again. It goes up there. I can see this being, why people say, twist movies and Shutter Islands in conversation. Totally get it. Yeah, overall, it was good. 7.5 is where I have my subjective. Uh, Possibly on a rewatch could go up, knowing like the whole twist if that changes the movie, or if it's a situation where it's like once you know the twist, it kind of lessens it all. So maybe like wait till I kind of forget and it could be I don't know because a lot of twist movies play with that.
As someone who got through half a rewatch, I definitely think two rewatches. I definitely recommend a second rewatch to watch and get the whole movie again, knowing the twist.
Okay, definitely plays off lines and subtle things differently. Definitely. Um, Objectively, I've touched on it multiple times in this coverage. I think it's a very smart movie. It's very smartly done. I don't think there's anything necessarily just willy nilly in there. The whole cup thing was when Crimson brought it up. I just went, oh, continuity until I watched it. I went, no, that's purposely in there for some reason. Don't know the reason. The smoke thing, purposely in the movie for some reason. I don't know the reason. The light thing of the match going out in his hand, talking to George Noyle, could be a reason. I lean though more not because it's a bigger question of to the lighting than needed for that. Was he ever holding a match? Could he see George the whole time? What's the point of lighting the match to see George and George isn't changing like faces or it's not like thinking it's someone and someone else. So that whole thing is still iffy and cloudy to me. I think the acting is very good throughout. The cinematography is very good throughout. A lot of good shots. I don't think there was any bad shots or anything that I thought was a bad shot. I think the editing's very good, except the one scene about that audio rising. I don't get it, unless it's trying to like pull Andrew, like the silence is Andrew seeing something that's on his psyche, and the audio is pulling us more back into Teddy kind of point of view. I don't know. That's the only questionable thing of that cut. Everything else I think is very good. The quick dream stuff, the cinematography and the editing, that very good to play with. The explanation of like the real crack kind of thing of revealed. The editing of like the gunshots, how quick that is to the broken toy gun in his hand, played very well. So the editing and cut to the story being told, I think, is very good. It's a very good story, very tight. It is based off a book. I don't know how accurate it is to a book. Haven't read it. Let's see, costume design. I think costume design very good for 1954, where it's set for both guards, patients, and
Ballpoint pens.
U.S. Marshals, and the pen to the prop department and all that. I think the setting's also very good. It really helps, being 50s. You don't have cameras everywhere to surveillance. You don't have walkie-talkies necessarily. You don't have like all this tech that would go into question here. It's kind of just like of eyes, which does bring up some questionable things in the fabricated world of me. So I think the most lacking point of this movie to me is the world building a bit of how this island operates in this fake world, because the only thing we get kind of really pointed to anything other than the point of view we have of Teddy, which is very smart in the movie. The whole movie's in the point of view of Teddy and doesn't cut out of that, which is a good continuity throughout. But there isn't, other than knowing that there was a therapy session that was held of quote unquote Rachel being a part of, to the orderlies being questioned, there's no other like extracurricular activities or anything going on around the investigation of everything going on. There's no like patients going to a dance class or here or the cafeteria eating thing. It's just the interrogation thing. So it just feels like it's very functioned to the experiment for Teddy or for Andrew, and everything else is out of it. And how much that gets played into what Teddy's focused on in the scene, and it's not neat in the background. I get that, but it just doesn't seem very fleshed out to get everyone on board. I mean, it's scripted to like the Mrs. Kieran interrogation. She's very like her emotions to what she has to say kind of thing to not reveal to get the case to work. But it just seems like background, like they could have played with background stuff that I think would have been fun if you see someone go in a door in the background and they go into the room and then that person's gone to question it. But then it plays into that's a hallucination of Teddy, and if Teddy isn't seeing it, then it's not a thing. But if they want to play to like the noise, so you like hear footprints and he's hearing footprints, which makes sense to an audience because it's like, yeah, there's someone behind him, but in his head he's just hearing things. That would have been cool to play with, but they didn't. Which isn't needed. It's just something to see like just more of the world to build with. Overall, I don't have that many problems with this movie. I do have just little hiccups and some unanswered things, but I'm landing on an 8.5 objectively.
Alrighty, then I think I will go next. I'll start with my subjective. I, like I said, hardly remembered this. I remembered a feeling of enjoying it, but I couldn't really correlate to anything really. So, kind of seeing it for the first time here, I enjoyed it. I the characters weren't like super like it's interesting. There's some characters that I'm like engaged with in media, and some where I'm just like they're well done but not that engaging. That's kind of this for me, where all the characters are really well done, but it's not like I need to see more of these characters. Like I think this I'm fine not seeing these characters again.
No need to Shutter
Uh,
Island too. Yeah.
yeah. Meanwhile, in other things, I could really like the characters and want to see more of them. So that's kind of where I am with this. It's really good. I'm glad we got it, and I don't necessarily need more of it, but I will probably watch it again. Sprinks is 7.5 for that. Uh, I wish I could have watched it without knowing the twist stuff. uh, Objectively, there's not too many issues I've found or that we drudged up during our talks. I think that having three kids is detrimental. It brings into question how she killed three kids. But I think the biggest issue is only one of the three kids got focused on. The other ones didn't have lines, didn't have names, didn't have real any acknowledgement. When the reveal of them getting drowned, I saw two, and then once he reached for the third kid, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a third kid. Uh, so I think that was kind of an error on their end of, I don't know, necessarily building them up, but I don't know. I think that was kind of an error that they put there. The cliff, I think, as I mentioned, is my biggest issue in the film because it's so interpretive, and as we discussed, whichever way you want to look at it, there's going to be something wrong with it, or something need to be changed to fix whichever route you take. By the end of it, I would prefer him standing on the edge the whole time, zoned out, getting watched by, I guess, the warden or some guard, and then being told later that he was doing that. But everything we saw was just a hallucination in his head. We don't get anything on that, so I think the cliff needed more expanding upon. And for the ending of us being pretty confident Andrew's still Andrew by the end of it, him completely disregarding the experiment. I wish, I don't know how they would put it in there, like if he left a letter or something for Sheehan or somebody, something to push the program forward, because as it is, he killed the program and stopped everybody else from getting the help he got. So I wish that was a bit tighter, or any acknowledgement to that choice. They didn't even acknowledge that was a thing that really happened, like it was a choice. So I wish that was a bit more tightened. But everything else, like Spring said, the camera works good. I think the music is good. Lighting, acting, as we discussed, is good or average on some. Pacing's good. I think all the characters are pretty consistent within themselves or within their personas of themselves. So, funny enough, I'm also matching Sprinks' 8.5.
You copycat.
I should have gone first, darn it. Then you could have been the copycat. We'll go with Ryder next, shockingly enough.
Shockingly enough. All right. I will do my subjective. I am a sucker for detective stories and, well, honestly, I'm just a sucker for competently written stories, to be fair. But um, I had a lot of fun with this on my first watch through. I can definitely see why people have brought this up in conversation and told me I need to watch it before. Um, I very much enjoyed myself. I enjoyed. I studied World War II a lot, so I tend to enjoy like lines. I tend to enjoy little world building nuggets like why would we want to leave? They have H bombs now. I enjoy little things like that that kind of help flush out the world outside of the prison and like what the perspective of the people isolated inside feel. Um, and because it just helps frame the time period that I kind of love to study on my off time and stuff like that. I loved the mystery. I very much enjoyed the location, the idea of being stuck on an island without the twist and everything. I enjoyed being stuck. The idea of being stuck on an island with a potential murder on the loose, I think, is a very, very fun setup to have for a detective story. Um, I am probably without going into. I'm probably gonna start dipping into my objective here. Um, it's just fun to watch Leonardo DiCaprio act because he's just so good at what he does. The same can be said for Ben Kingsley and Mark Ruffalo definitely does a good job in his performance for this. And yeah, I think I'm an 8 subjectively. I very much enjoyed this movie. Probably going to watch again. As I've already talked about, I already was watching it again. But I probably would watch it again. Um, so I guess that leads to my objective. The plot is on the surface pretty uh simple until the mystery starts unraveling. I think the and simple doesn't necessarily mean bad. It's just that they're here for a mystery, so everything that's being built around the story is for that mystery, and then they start piling on complexities, and you start delving into the main character's psyche, as you should, considering this is ultimately going to be a big role play reveal for the character. The red herrings, I think, are extremely well written, and as well as the tension that's being written for to achieve the sense of unease of everything that's going on. Just a little nuggets going along. So like the pointing out the electric fences, or how tense the guards are, the pills that he was taking. A lot of these things are just adding up to the sense of unease or sense of or red herring, or in the case of the pills, a hint as to who Teddy is. And there's a lot of layered dialogue that takes place over the course of the film that pushes the plot forward, unveils the characters and their motives, and there's lots to feast on here in terms of a work of art. So plot really good. It doesn't really meander. I don't have any issues with pacing. I don't feel everything felt like it had purpose. In terms of like where the story was going, I didn't feel like there was a scene that didn't need to be here. We kind of talked about possibly retooling the prison scene with George Noyce, because it feels a little off, but it still felt like it needed to be there. It just needed to be worked in a little bit more smoothly because, well, there's something off about it. And if I feel that way and Crimson agrees, and I think Springs, you had issues with the scene, but they weren't necessarily rated. I think that's a sign that something is wrong there, even if we can't really fully quantify as to what is. I agree with the cliff scene. I think the cliff scene is probably the indicative of what I think the biggest potential overarching problem for this movie is, which is the how far these doctors are willing to go for this one person. There's a lot of risks that are taken that probably could have been better depicted as proof that they are uh, that could have been avoided to, I guess, sell the illusion in a smarter way. Um, we talked about fixing the cliff scene being very indicative of that, because they let him off on his own, which is arguably a very, very dangerous thing to do, because they already know he's paranoid and delusional, and even with experience and him being the most dangerous patient that they've ever had, there's definitely a lot riding on just the belief that he will not attack them violently the first time he sees them, which is why I personally had Canon the Warden. This is subjective. Was kind of volunteered to be the one to pick him up, but that conversation is also serviceable as a test for whether he's reverting back. So they do a good job of doing the psychology stuff, which is like slowly you can pick out the tests on your second rewatch of like which ones are here to test Andrew potentially and which ones aren't. And they definitely ride that line of what's it called? They definitely ride that line of whether it's reasonable to go this far. I don't really have many flaws to find in the film outside of just what we point out being the cliff scene, what's potentially out of character for the doctors, and willing to let Teddy like beat up a patient if it was a test, and that would make them inconsistent. So there's a lot of ifs and questions that crop up that don't necessarily tie the neatest bow on this story. But overall, I think the characters are great, the plot is great, and the world building, while it is questionable in spots, can mostly be tied to the characters for me. So I'm I'm been bouncing between 8.5 and a 9. I think I'm gonna settle on a 9 for now. I might want to complete a rewatch or before I feel comfortable with it. So it's an uncomfortable 9 for the moment.
All right, we'll see if that
Makes
changes
sense.
in the recap.
Well, it makes sense on a rewatch to double check how tight the writing is to see now that it's all an experiment to play with if they keep up with that from the beginning.
Yeah, and I have on my rewatch. There are some things that are definitely stronger. I have some concerns about scenes going forward. Like I can imagine a few like lines of dialogue not being as good on a second rewatch because it's all an experiment. But I need to rewatch it, so solid 9.
All righty. Anything else before Ryder takes us out?
I don't think so. Solid start to the new season.
Yeah, I can't wait to disappoint everybody next week.
I guess my thing is if anyone wants Ben Kingsley as a psychiatrist in charge of an asylum, watch Stonehurst Asylum because he does the same thing in there. So there you go.
Is he an evil doctor in that one, or?
I'm not spoiling jack squat, man.
All right,
He could be good, he could be bad.
All right. Well then,
Okey-doke.
gentlemen, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. Whether it be Spotify, Amazon, Castbox, GoodPods, iHeartRadio, Podcasts, and Samsung. And if you have to be on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble, thank you for watching our PNG Duper slideshow there. And feel free to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. Tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I've been a Geeky Writer.
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Springs.
And we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.